All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the spooky edition of NHRL. It is Fall Festival and Combat Robotics vibes here. It is a fantastic event. Thank you so much for joining us. We are so happy to have you here. All right, and welcome to beautiful Fall South Norwalk. This is the October edition of the National Havoc Robot League, the final qualifying round before the World Championships. I am so excited to have you with us. My name is Kyle Kroos. With me at the desk is Sam Hansen.
Hello.
We are so happy to host you through this day of absolute chaotic robot combat and joy. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been an amazing event so far. We have had so many great hits. Let's check out some of those highlights right now.
All right, we've had some big wheel bots. We've had puppets knocking stuff over. We've had roof shots. We've had fire in the cages. We've had batteries being sliced, folks tapping out, hands shook. We've had it all, and it's just going to be better and better and better.
Absolutely wonderful day so far. We are so happy to have you with us. Let's go over some Havoc 101. Yeah. Basic rules, this is how it works.
All right, we've got 3 weight classes here. The 3-pound, 12-pound, and 30-pound classes. They all fight in a single elimination tournament where the objective is to knock out your opponent in 3 minutes. If no KO happens or no tap out happens, the judges decide the winner. In each cage, we have a house bot. They provide 1 unstick per bot per match, and the top 4 qualify for World Championships.
All right, but the real story, ladies and gentlemen, there are many bots that have now moved on into this qualifying tournament that have not yet qualified for the World Championships. Here are some of them. Some of them that we're really looking at right now is Monkfish, Impact in the 3-pound division. Really excited to see if they can move forward. Son of Cram and Slam Plan, 2 of the bots we're really looking for in the 12-pound division. In the 30-pound division, it's going to be a very difficult day for Warhard and possibly Mr. Roper. Now, these bots have already been eliminated, so Beetlejuice, Crush, Weather Report, Downpour, Budget Boy, and Spicy Toucan do not have an opportunity at the World Championships. They will have to try again next year. All right, so let's go ahead and look at our first bracket, the 3-pound division here at NHRL.
All right, at the top, we've got Caldera and Turbo Fiend, followed by Monkfish and Comet. Supreme Rulers taking on Rumderchild, and Mako and Impact are rounding it out.
That's right. Our bracket's brought to you by True Finals today. The 3-pound division looking pretty darn spooky, if you ask me.
And I noticed a couple robots there from the same exact team.
Yeah, kind of weird, but we do have some team-on-team violence coming in our future for sure, depending on how this bracket shakes out. One of the things I'm really looking for is that bottom of the bracket. We've got Impact, and we've got Mako.
Yes.
2 very, very high-level robots, 2 amazing drivers and competitors going head-to-head, and 2 of the most dominant performances we've seen today. I cannot wait to see how that fight shakes out. That is the early round fight that I am really excited about. Now, everybody who wants to qualify has to win this first round in the 3-pound division.
All right. Well, the same is the case pretty much for the 12-pound bracket, so let's check that out.
All right, so at the top of the bracket, we've got questionable choices in Doppelgator, Son of Cram versus the Slam Plan, Steggy versus Honeyfied, and Minor Threat 5 taking on the Brazilian sensation, Bjorn.
Heavy hitters all around in the 12-pound bracket.
Love this bracket. The surprise for me today was definitely Slam Plan. This is an extremely dominant big wheel design brought to us by the business cat, Brendan Steele. I am so impressed with their performance today. What a comeback to the sport. What a comeback to National Havoc Robot League.
And he's been so confident online, but backing it up in the cage.
You gotta love it. All right, let's go upstairs to Lindsay, who's got some commentary on the 12-pound bracket. Lindsay, what do you got for us?
Thank you so much, Kyle. One of the really interesting things about the 12-pound bracket is that there are 8 bots in it right now. 3 of them have already qualified, so there are 5 bots vying for 4 positions to be in the World Championships in December. Who I have my eye on is Slam Plan and Son of Cram, who are going to be one of the first fights in the 12-pound bracket. So really looking forward to seeing what they do. Time will tell.
Time will tell indeed. I am very excited about the 12-pound division. Super competitive. But there is a very interesting story being told in the 30-pound division today. Let's check out that bracket right now.
Okay, at the top, we've got B-Force versus Mr. Roper.
Absolutely, Mr. Roper making it into the finals. What are you gonna do there? Ghoul taking on Ares.
And then you've got Warhard Double XL taking on the flamethrower of Kazaa Light.
And then Pegasus taking on the Emperor. That's right, 2 Brazilian bots making it into the finals today. So excited to see Brazil doing so well. But who's surprised on that, really?
I'm not, Kyle.
All right, so let's go back to our friends in the play-by-play booth. Today we have, that's right, Ricky and Luke. How are you guys doing back there?
We're doing great, Kyle. Thank you. Again, I'm Ricky Willems. We've got Luke Stangl here. We are going to be giving you all the action through each fight, the play-by-play, all the little details, all the technical, everything that we can come up with. Hoping to make sure that you know as much as we do and we can all get really engaged, dig into the all the mechanics and all the fun of these fights.
Yeah, this 30-pound bracket is going to be incredible tonight. Really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it should be incredible fights, incredible robots. Best of the best left. We'll head back to you at the desk, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Ricky. Ricky looking both festive and spooky today.
How does he do it?
I love that shirt.
How does he do it?
I mean, yeah. Style icon, Ricky Willems. All right, we are going to go to Cage 1 for some big bot action. Let's see what we've got for you. Oh, my goodness. Is it? It is indeed. That is the world-famous Tony Clifton and his bot, Mr. Roper.
And he's set next to that B-Force from the Honeycrack team out of Maryland, and they're rocking some Mr. Roper signs on their robots.
Yeah, you got to support the competition out there. Now, Mr. Roper is sporting quite a well-put-together mini-bot. So the winner of this fight, no matter what, qualifies for World Championships.
That's huge. That's a lot on the line for this one fight right off the bat.
Absolutely insane. Now, that's not to say the loser doesn't qualify for World Championships. It's just the winner is guaranteed a spot in the World Championships. Let's go to our friends in the play-by-play booth to call this action.
Now, Ricky, we can see B-Force here in the pink corner, run by Zoe Lambert from Team Honeycracks, ranked number 34, entering this competition with a record of 2-2. These are multi-bots here, identical multi-bots, facing off against the Terror here in the blue corner, Mr. Roper.
The angriest hammers in all of NHRL.
The crankiest 30-pounder in the field for sure. And really, Mr. Roper has shown incredible resilience here at NHRL.
Yeah, this is the first, today is the first instance, I believe, of Mr. Roper being knocked out. It has been incredibly resilient so far. We're going to see if they can keep it up.
All right, a tentative start here for these 3 robots in the box. And B-Force slowly encircling its prey here. And there goes those golden hammers, Ricky.
It's hopping mad. Absolutely, literally. You can see B-Force circling very carefully. I think they are biding their time. Maybe trying to let Mr. Roper tire itself out.
Yeah, there's a limited amount of battery inside of that Craftsman toolbox.
You'll notice the weapons are now starting to spin up on B-Force, and the picket fence sign. Oh, that is a massive hit on the mini-bot of Mr. Roper. That's most of the damage potential here.
Now the mini-bot from Mr. Roper is run by Pete Coverts, and this is Nightcrawler here, which is an absolutely dominant robot in Colorado.
Those were a lot of pieces. Not to jump on you here, that was a lot of pieces coming off of Mr. Roper, and I'm not seeing a lot of movement. I think we're going to try to have a little violence on Nightcrawler to round it out, but this match is going to be ending very soon unless something really changes.
You can see they've called for the unstick here. Mr. Roper's called for the unstick. And this massive 300-pound house bot is going to come in here and try and unstick Mr. Roper.
This doesn't seem like a stuck position. This seems more that the robot is completely broken, but we'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, the house bot just cutting into the back of Mr. Roper.
Luke, this is incredible. That weapon on that half of B-Force can cut through thick steel, and for whatever reason, the back of this toolbox is barely dented. Look at this.
Yeah, Craftsman, this is an ad for Craftsman toolboxes, Ricky.
I mean, listen, if you got a lifetime warranty.
Oh, no! Ripping off one of those wheels from Mr. Roper and taking a huge divot out of the rail here.
Yeah, that is a lot of
B-Force.
our arena sitting in the middle of our arena. Absolutely obliterated by
B-Force
B-Force.
is just...
And smoke is pouring out of B-Force now.
Wow, they got greedy, Ricky. They wanted to go in for one more hit.
Everybody wants that one hit, but this late in the day, Luke, I know it's the beginning of prime time, but that robot has been fighting all day. It is tired.
Knockout.
That was a bold move, and they might have to pay for it going into their next fight.
This is the end of the evening here for Mr. Roper, but Mr. Roper is not yet completely out of the equation. Depending on how the rest of these bracket fights go, Mr. Roper might potentially make his way in, depending on the weird bracket math.
Yeah, so many of the robots in our 30-pound class have already qualified for finals, which, moves their qualification eligibility down the line in terms of our brackets. And once you go far enough down the line, like you said, it's all about basically your tournament statistics and who is ranked the best. And we will only know that after the fights are done for the day.
But Zoe Lambert and B-Force has stamped her ticket to the championship, and Team Honeycracks is going to be running a 30-pounder there in December.
Well, let's take a look at some of that Roper carnage here going to the replay any moment now.
Now, Mr. Roper was a little slow out of the box, and
it wasn't accurate yet.
Right. I think that some of that wear and tear was really showing in this match. B-Force, though, just very precise and clinical in this fight, destroying both of these robots. Nightcrawler and Pete Covert, that's an incredible robot, and B-Force is able to kill both of its opponents.
Yeah, really well done on Zoe's part. We'll see her in the next match. Back to the desk. Thank you, guys, and take it away.
Wow, congratulations to Team Honeycracked. They're going on to the next round to face off against either Ghoul or Ares. Really going to be a great matchup there. Can't wait to see how that shakes out. But international superstar Tony Clifton, done for the day, possibly done for the season.
That kill shot on Mr. Roper was legit. I felt that one.
Absolutely, and Mr. Roper has made a name for itself this season for being nigh unkillable. So that really is a testament to the power of those weapons to be able to knock that bot out like that. That thing, we've seen it keep going in way worse circumstances. So that was an interesting matchup. I'm excited to see how the rest of the bracket shakes out. Depending on how things go, we could very easily have a Mr. Roper in the World Championship.
Wouldn't that be something?
Wouldn't that be something? Absolutely incredible. Would love to see international superstar Tony Clifton come back and loan his star power to National Havoc Robot League once again. Absolutely. All right, let's go to our friend Chris upstairs in the pits. How you doing, Chris?
In the midst of prime time pits
We just saw B-Force go up against Mr. Roper. Mr. Roper knocked out of this competition, but as we've mentioned, depending on how things play out in the 30-pound bracket, there is a small sliver of a chance that they could make it to the World Championships here in December. But there are some other heavy hitters here in the 30-pound division. Warhard, XXL, Ares, Emperor, some of the heaviest hitting bots in the 30-pound division are going to be slugging it out, trying to earn themselves a golden dumpster and making their way to the World Championships here in December. Incredible action coming up in the 30-pound division, but don't sleep on the 3s and 12s. It is bangers all night here. I am so excited to see Honeyfied, Bjorn. Like, this is a really great bot that I was watching all day too. Monkfish, demonstrating incredible reliability again in 3 pounds. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another dumpster there. Caldera, tried and true. Glenn, he's my guy right there. I am so looking forward to how things are going to be playing out tonight. Some of the best matches that we have seen all season are coming our way here in the next few hours. Let's get into it. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Chris. Gotta love those prime time pits. Beautiful lighting, nice tables, and just a little bit more stress than the rest of the day.
But at least the power strips are longer now.
Yeah, you know, it's the small things. It's the small things. You need minor improvements as time goes on, and maybe the most recent improvement is just a little bit longer power strips.
Yeah.
There you see Jim Haney. He is our head referee for this event. Normally, our head referee is Gwen, but Gwen was a competitor today, so she wasn't able to take on head referee duties.
Yeah, she brought her new 3-pounder Jackalope. Won a fight at least. I think at least one fight, perhaps. I hope I'm not wrong about that, but it was good to see her on the other side of things. And I wonder if that's going to shift her perspective on reffing as well, being a competitor.
So we do have some safety crowbars in here as they are disabling these bots. Having a bit of an issue with this loadout, doing it safely. Our staff is trained for this. We're just making sure that everything is covered properly. So there's safety crowbars in there to hold the bots down while they deactivate at the switch on the bot themselves. Oh my, yep. Gotta get this one deactivated now.
Just walk in the Nightcrawler.
Now, once the bot is physically turned off at the switch, it is literally impossible for it to turn back on. And then they have to throw the weapon locks on before they're allowed to take it out of the arena. Very important procedures to be followed every single time.
All right, that weapon is locked. Pete pulls the robot out. Mr. Roper is the only one remaining in the cage now. And I see his eyes still glowing.
Yeah, interesting how those eyes have not turned off. Mr. Roper hasn't been active for quite some time.
Convenient for Ref Jim, though.
Yeah, you got the handle on top.
Not many robots have handles for you.
No, that is a nice feature of Mr. Roper. Safety's getting put in on the sides. And then deactivating Mr. Roper here. And you can see the eyes go dark, and the robot is now safe.
It's going to sleep for at least a month.
Yeah, absolutely. It deserves the rest. Mr. Roper has been carrying this division on its back all season.
One temper tantrum at a time.
One temper tantrum at a time. And dozens and dozens of entertaining fights.
All right, we got some of the NHRL technical team climbing up the ladder here, doing some camera adjustments, perhaps, as our cage crew diligently works to sweep out the debris from the arena.
You can see a much cleaner floor from what we had throughout the rest of the day today. We were able to swap out a bunch of the floor panels, just make everything a little bit nicer.
Kick plate's still pretty shredded up, though, there, Kyle.
Yeah, they're in a, pretty bad shape. Pretty bad shape. It's so nice to see Jim Haney back.
It really is. He's been putting in some cool work up at RIT, running their maker space and everything. So he's up to cool stuff.
All right, so Lindsay is cage side. She's got a report for us about what was going on there. Lindsay, what's going on?
Yeah, so what was happening here is the mini bot for Mr. Roper, who you might recognize as Nightcrawler, who has competed in the 12-pound bracket. Their weapon was actually jammed on. It was not able to turn off. And in a situation like that, obviously you're not going to open the cage doors and take it out. You have to wait until the battery completely dies. And that is basically what we were waiting on right there. So the battery is dead. It's been removed from the cage. All is safe. And we're good to go.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, everything can be a little bit unpredictable once you get to this stage of the game. And yeah, your weapon getting jammed on is a possibility. Luckily, we have it inside of this bulletproof cage, so everybody's safe, but you do have to take special precautions when you're getting out of that fight.
That's not something we see too often here at all at NHRL. So it's pretty wild when it does come up because we go through a lot of fights here.
Yeah, it is interesting. There's definitely stories told about events where the bots get stuck on and you have to wait 3 hours for the batteries to die or something crazy like that. Luckily nowadays everybody really maximizes their battery life with their bots, so nobody's kind of putting 3 hours of battery life into these things anymore. They want them to die after 5 minutes minimum, or maximum rather. And yeah, so glad they were able to kind of make that safe for everybody and get that bot out of there in the best way possible. But that does explain the safety crowbars.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That battery's probably toast now as well. If you drain a LiPo all the way to nothing, there's no coming back from that.
Yeah, you just have to replace that. But I will say, we are now loading into the cage. I can see now Ares and Ghoul. Ghoul is one of my favorite stories this year. It is, I would call this, Paul Tortorici, he is the most improved builder of the year. He goes from Smack-O-Lantern to this custom drum, beautiful machine, absolutely incredible design. And he's got a great chance against Ares from the MIT team. This thing hits hard, drives fast. It is an absolutely amazing meta design.
It's got to feel daunting going up against a whole team from MIT.
Yes, absolutely. And Paul, was famous for his first robot, Smack-O-Lantern, literally being built from Home Depot parts. So it is quite a glow-up throughout the year for him.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to our friends in the play-by-play booth to call this action.
Team MIT here in the blue corner in all black. This is Ares. Now, Ares is a student project from a team that is rising here at NHRL. Ares enters this fight ranked number 11 with an incredible 7-3 record across the past 3 events. Ghoul from Paul Tortorici is a brand new robot. Paul coming in here today from Peekskill, New York, and he is a garage builder. Factoid here, if Ghoul wins, Ghoul will qualify for the championship.
4,
if Ares
3,
wins, then Warhard
2,
XXL will qualify.
Fight,
So this is a pivotal fight no matter what happens. Oh my goodness, Luke. That was a perfect hit from Ares. Ghoul really showed their side when they should not have. Warhard has, Ares has slowed down their weapon dramatically. They're spinning it back up a little bit, but
both
Ghoul's
of these
completely
robots here.
stopped.
Tap out.
And that's
Wow, that was a one-hit match here.
This shows you the power behind Ares' weapon. You show your side like that to a robot like Ares, and you are just done for. There's no coming back.
You can see Paul Tortorici there. He has just lost this match, and this is his last match of the 2024 season. As an unranked robot, there is not really a viable path forward for him, potentially. You can see Team MIT here in their fiery jerseys. And these are brand new jerseys. They look fantastic.
They look good.
Yeah.
They really do.
Ricky, this is kind of reminiscent of your personal style, you know? Like, I could see you wearing one of these MIT jerseys.
Mine are actually on fire is the difference. We're going to go to a little bit of an overhead replay. This all comes down to that one big hit. So as soon as we jump in here, you can see these guys are moving. They could have come in straight, but instead they kind of turn to the side. Boom, that's it. Their weapon continues to spin. They get a little bit of dig into the floor there, move off to the side. I keep saying Warhead. Ares slows down, but it's all over at this point. For Ghoul, their weapon is in the, oh no, there it is. That second hit takes all the kinetic energy that's left out of Ghoul. This robot is done for. It's just a matter of Ares self-righting, getting back on their feet, and that's the end of the match.
We saw some incredible power here in this fight against Ares. There's a reason why this bot is ranked so high. We're going to go back to you on the desk.
All right, that was a really impressive one-hit wonder of a fight. Those MIT kids, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, and it shows kind of all over the arena at this point.
Yeah, that was a lot. All props to Paul for getting this far with a brand new bot, and that was an absolutely amazing showing. I cannot wait to see what Ghoul does next year, but yes, Ghoul is out now. That is all done. That does mean we get Ares versus B-Force in the next round semifinals of the 30-pound division.
Does that also mean, Warhard Double XL has qualified, correct?
That does in fact mean Warhard Double XL has qualified for the World Championships. Absolutely amazing. Congratulations to Warhard and Jonathan Juarez. I mean, they've already got a lot to do tonight.
Yeah, he's still got a bunch of fights. I think he's still going to bring his A game regardless of already qualifying.
Absolutely. We are going to see some Warhard versus Kazaa action. Kazaa already has qualified, so Warhard is already qualified. This one's just for the golden dumpster at this point.
Which is still pretty big deal.
Hey, just the golden dumpster? That's a pretty good night.
Fewer people have won the golden dumpster than have qualified for world championships.
That's true. Yeah, mathematically impossible to go any other way. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really excited for Warhard XXL. Jonathan Juarez, first time he brought that bot, it just didn't work. It wasn't functional. One of the hardest things to do at any tournament is just get through safety and qualify. So I am so proud of him for, at his first tournament, not even being able to do that, and now qualifying for the World Championships. Absolutely amazing performance this season from Jonathan Juarez. The bot from Texas looks amazing and hits like a ton of bricks.
It's so gnarly. It's got the best sound. It does roof shots. I'm excited to see it go up against Kazaa.
And we've watched it go from, you know, the weapon works great, now the mobility's not so great. But at this tournament, it has been all guns blazing. The weapon works, the drive works. It is an amazing machine.
And you know Jonathan was hungry to get that qualification. He was here last month going for it with Warhard.
That's right. That's absolutely right. So yeah, he's got a really good path to head there today, but he's got to get through the flamethrower that is Kazaa Light. And that is a lot of flame coming out of the front of that thing. Flamethrowers, tough matchup in the 30-pound division, but you know what? It still melts belts. It still melts wheels.
All right, let's head
go
to cage one. Oh, and speak of the devil.
There they are. Warhard XXL, sporting a little bit of gold flame retardant tape. It helps a little. It helps a little. But, you know, it also kind of holds the heat in. It's a little double-edged sword there.
And we've got the dual bots of Kazaa Light.
Yeah, running them both. Okay, so this is breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. That weird thing in the bracket just happened. Mr. Roper qualifies for the World Championship Tournament in 2024.
I can't wait to see how that turns out.
Tony Clifton will be lending us his star power one more time. Absolutely incredible.
All right, Kyle, let's head over to the booth with Ricky and Luke to call this fight.
Thank you, Sam. We're going to be jumping in here. This is probably my favorite matchup of the day so far. A big, heavy-hitting weapon against tons and tons of fire. Now, Kazaa Light, with each one of these two multibots, these are true multibot. Each one is kind of a clone of each other.
Okay.
Each one has the capability for a ton of fire.
Yeah.
I mean, these are some of the most heat-packing robots that we have here in the most literal sense.
Yeah, this is a hot match, Ricky.
Yeah, I think that Warhard is one of the few robots here that punches hard enough that we could have a tank rupture if one of these robots gets hit just right.
Oh.
And let me tell you, there are several tanks of fuel in each one of these robots. So one good fireball and the entire cage is going to be filled with a beautiful orange, yellow, and red color for our enjoyment. Well, for my enjoyment. I don't know about you, Luke, but
I love
am on the
fire,
edge of my
Ricky.
seat.
Kazaa Light here, run by Joshua Reinhardt from Norwich, Connecticut. Joshua has already qualified for the championship, so you're going to be seeing him at the championship in December. Warhard XXL has already qualified based on the results of the last match here in the bracket.
3,
Mr. Roper
2,
officially in.
1.
Fantastic.
Incredible
Robots,
moment for
fight.
combat robots. Wow, right off the bat, that was an incredible box rush from Kazaa Light. I don't see that half moving at all. It got punched into a corner hard. No, it's coming back.
Jonathan
Wow,
Juarez
roof shot.
just absolutely shredding these twin flamethrowers here. I saw a little bit of flame earlier, but those flames are gone.
It takes a little bit of time to get them started sometimes. There's so much airflow in these boxes, but wow, I don't think it would make a lick of difference. Each one of these hits is incredibly punishing. Credit to Joshua, the builder of Kazaa. He has built some tough little tanks. The fact that these are moving at all is incredible.
Now that might be accidental fire here,
It
Ricky.
could very well be. The top of that is starting to peel open like a sardine can. I see
Wow.
batteries hanging out.
Jonathan Juarez here winning this match in convincing fashion, picking apart these two flamethrower multi-bots from Joshua Reinhardt and driving back to the door, showing that he has taken very little damage here in this fight. Charge those batteries, put this robot back in. It is ready to mulch its competitors.
Absolute cakewalk for Warhard there. They are going to be it's sitting pretty moving into their next fight.
Test, test, test.
All right, I think we are back in the replay here. You can see just a little bit of fire popped up from Kazaa there, but it was not enough. One moment of Warhard on the ropes was as much as they could manage, and then boom, right back to the big hits. Multiple roof shots here in the 30-pound arena. That is a heck of an accomplishment. Joshua's smiling, but I think he'd be smiling a little bigger if he had won that fight.
Warhard is a weapon delivery system, Ricky.
Take a look at this shot. You can see half of Kazaa Light is just puking its guts all over the floor here. That robot was ripped open. Incredible display of power from Warhard. We're going to head back to the desk, see what they have to say about it. Take it away, guys.
Oh my goodness, Kyle. So we can see cage one from where we're sitting.
Yeah.
But normally there's a crowd of people in front, so you can't really see the fight. But we were fortunate enough that Warhard was able to send both halves of Kazaa Light above the crowd consistently. That was amazing.
And they
thoroughly
were in
enjoyed
more pieces every single time they got launched into the air. It was really quite impressive.
That was awesome.
Warhard has still got a long road to go. They have to face off against either Pegasus or Emperor, depending on how this next fight goes in the semi-final rounds. But meanwhile, Let's go cage side to our friend Lindsay. Lindsay, what do you got for us?
My heart is still beating a mile a minute. That was no joke, the scariest fight I've ever seen. I'm here with Jonathan Juarez. You said you're on cloud 9. Congratulations on qualifying. What was that fight? What did that mean to you?
It meant a lot, especially being able to do it with my son right here. He hasn't been to Norwalk probably in about 2 years, so this trip we made it like a little father-son thing.
I love that. I mean, what a great competition to come to. You said that you're probably going to be fighting Aries again. What is your plan for that?
The same thing we did last time, just weapon, and see where it goes from there. Aries is a very scary.
Oh, wow. That is incredible. I got to say, that's like the most emotion I have seen out of Jonathan ever.
Yeah, he alluded to being happy.
He is such a stoic guy, and I don't mean that in like a detrimental way. He's very focused, he's very calm, he doesn't really like to show his cards very much. That was really cool, and it was really cool to see his son there supporting him today. Amazing. They are going to have an incredible day no matter what. Already qualified for the World Championships, and they've got to face off against a bot they've already beaten. I mean,
do you achieve that cloud 9 status by getting 9 roof shots?
It's easy to do when you have like 2 equal-sized opponents, I guess. So yes, absolutely amazing performance by Warhard XXL and Jonathan Juarez. So proud of him right now.
Absolutely.
All right, so we are rounding the corner on this first round of 30-pound action. The quarterfinals is almost over. We do have one matchup left, and it is Pegasus versus Emperor. It's a very mythical fight, but it is going to be our Brazilian team going up against the biggest weapon in the 30-pound division. Emperor is a massive horizontal spinner, and Pegasus is, I mean, it's typical of a Brazilian bot.
It's compact, it hits hard, it's consistent.
Tangential drive, super fast, and they drive it so well. This team's their first time here. They are crushing it today. It's amazing. It is absolutely amazing.
And that's after such a long journey. It's exhausting traveling with robots and traveling with a large group, and they've done it. They've gotten in fights, they've taken damage, they've done the repairs, and they're here. And they still have so much potential to go all the way to get the dumpster, and uh-oh.
Speaking of the dumpster, all right, so just for safety reasons, we are putting both halves of Kazaa into the flame dumpster, and they're going to take those outside to make sure they're safe. You know, bots on fire, lithium polymer batteries on fire. It ain't safe. It ain't a good thing. You got to keep it away from the people as best you can, so all safety procedures must be followed. And you've got Jim Haney and the crew on the case to keep everyone safe. Thank you guys so much. A lot of these procedures, by the way, developed and created by Jim Haney. So great to have him back in the building.
And I'm glad he kept his ref jersey with his name on the back and his custom number.
Are you sure that we didn't make him a new one for this one?
Oh, like he was 255 the last time, 254 the time before that. There's only so many 3-digit jerseys around.
All right, so thank you so much to our crew for getting the box ready. We are getting ready for the final fight of the quarterfinal round. Pegasus versus Emperor coming up, and I am so excited to see that. Now, I am also super excited to see how full the House of Havoc is right now for the quarterfinals. Our fans know what's up. This is the time. We've had all kinds of logistical challenges today. Road closures in town, absolute craziness trying to get here, but our fans are dedicated and they are in the building right now and ready to watch some carnage. And our competitors are now loading into the cage. Emperor, Pegasus, Viva Brazil, I want to see it. Let's go.
The crowd's getting hype. You can hear them cheering as the robots are just beginning to make their approach.
It is exciting. The crowd kind of gathers in front of us around the cage just as these fights are about to start.
The energy. You can feel it. Kyle, would you say that Emperor it's got a comically large spinner?
I mean, it's comical till it hits you in the bot. Then it's not so funny.
That's a fair point, fair point.
It's huge. I mean, it definitely looks like it's in the wrong weight class. That could definitely be a spinner on like a 125-pound bot, and it would be legit. Everybody would be like, yeah, that makes sense. That's the right size weapon.
All right, they're in there. Let's go to cage 1, where we've got Emperor and Pegasus.
Yes, these bots are in the same weight class. How ridiculous is that?
All right, Emperor's the one with the gold. Big old weapon on there. Pegasus rocking the green. Both robots have mini-bots in this one, and the winner qualifies for the World Championships.
Wow. Now, Emperor does have a chance of still qualifying after this. However, because Pegasus is not ranked at all, they have no chance of qualifying unless they win this fight. It is all or nothing for them right now. So to call this very, very important action, let's go to our friends in the booth. Ricky and Luke, how are ya?
We are doing pretty well, I think. How about you, Luke?
Now, Brazil's Team Troia here is one of the winningest university teams in Brazil.
I think on the planet.
They have multiple championship titles under their belts, and they fight all over the world. This is their first time here to NHRL, and they brought 3 robots, and 2 of them are still alive, which is pretty darn good.
Especially for at least the first time this year. That's for some of these robots.
Yeah, it's really funny when you see this overhead shot, though, because Brazilian robots are known to be compact, really like kind of speedy, well-driven, just as small of a package as possible.
Right.
And Emperor is just large. It is imposing. It is threatening.
Daunting.
It has an aura, you know?
Yeah.
It looks
with
like it's a
threatening auras.
30-pounder versus a 60-pounder here.
It is, and it's getting close to that point. It is a walking, rather it's a shuffling robot. It uses non-traditional locomotion. It uses all of the multi-bot bonus it can possibly have. This is a robot taking every advantage of every size and weight consideration that we have here in the rules at NHRL. Meanwhile, even if the other team is doing this, which they are, I mean, clearly there's a multi-bot sitting in the other corner, that's still a densely packed brick of robot power. And there's no getting around that. They build robots a certain way. They're comfortable with making a compact robot. That's what they're going to do. We'll see which strategy pays off here in just a moment.
Fight.
Emperor up to a pretty good spin. They struggle sometimes with that.
This first exchange will tell you a lot, and it looks like Team Troia is able to get under Emperor with Pegasus, eating away at that bottom plate.
Yeah, they are chewing hard. Now, Emperor has gotten a lot more durable in the last few events that it's competed, but it is still vulnerable to these kind of attacks.
This is a perfect pin from the Brazilians. You can see them attacking from both sides. And that cam lifter from Emperor is a non-factor in this fight.
Completely. Now you can see the left side drive on Emperor already down. They're not able to power out of that corner. Using the right side only. They can't use their weapon. It doesn't have the torque to push them out of this corner. So this is going to be a knockout very soon if their unstick attempt does not work out.
There really couldn't be a worse spot for Emperor in the box here. Stuck up against Floop, stuck up against the rail. It's not where you want to be as a horizontal.
No, however, that horizontal is far enough from the wall. It's spinning again, at least momentarily. Oh, these are painful hits. That blade is so large, Luke. It takes time to spin up, even with a big, powerful motor. If they do their job, Pegasus is not going to let that happen.
Now you have to wonder if the countout is coming because Emperor is not able to show translational movement.
It must be imminent. It is not moving at all. It's not even attempting to do so. Oh, I can hear it in the background.
Yeah, it looks like the Brazilians here are triumphant. They will be going to the World Championship with Pegasus. Wow, you can see the Brazilians here celebrating cage side. They are so happy. 1 out of their 3 robots has qualified. We're going to see their 12-pounder here in just a little bit.
Important.
You can see Jillian and Lyndon here, the builders of Emperor. They have had a fantastic day. This is the most destructive and most reliable Emperor that we've seen. And we're going to have to see them again in 2025. I like their design ethos, just like a really big weapon, spin it as fast as you can, put everything into the weapon that you can.
At one point, they had a design ethos of break the arena.
Yeah.
They wanted to just push us as far as possible till we would tell them no.
Yeah.
And thankfully, they haven't gotten there yet, but they keep making me work hard, Luke. They keep making us go and test the arena over and over and make sure it's
forcing
safe.
these design upgrades, Ricky.
We're going to do a bit of a replay here. Take a look at this fight. You can see Pegasus trying to take advantage of being stuck in this corner. Now, this one drive side, the left-hand drive side on Emperor, has been down pretty much forever. It's only a couple more exchanges until the right side goes down as well, and then that's all she wrote. I believe it's here coming in from the back is where it really kicks in, does the damage. Yeah, it gets stuck there, and that is all she wrote. We are going to head back to the desk. Take it away, guys.
Ooh. All right. Well, that was a little bit intense. So we are now going to go to cage 2 for some 3-pound action.
Right.
Let's check it out right now.
Okay, it looks like we've got Turbo Fiend in the blue corner and Caldera in the pink corner.
So excited to see this matchup. Turbo Fiend really looking for a qualification. Let's go back to our friends in the play-by-play booth to call this action right now.
And we're bouncing back and forth like a ping pong ball, but I ain't mad about it, Kyle. This is going to be a fun match, I think. Two pretty good hitters. We've got Caldera in the pink corner. If they win, Supreme Ruler is headed to the championships. On the other hand, if Turbo Fiend wins, Turbo Fiend's going to nab that spot.
Now, the really interesting thing about the threes is that both Dima Papazian and her brother Julian Papazian are still alive in the bracket. If you caught September NHRL, it's almost like deja vu. Both Mako and Turbo Fiend advanced to the quarterfinals here, the semifinals.
Yeah, power siblings, to say the least. They're working their way through. Right off the bat, those forks on Turbo Fiend doing a really good job fending off the horizontal spinner on Caldera.
Caldera, though, is just so bulletproof. It continues to run, even if it's bouncing around inside of the box. It's sounding very quiet. I wonder if the weapon on Turbo Fiend is going at 100%.
It may or may not be. I'd probably dial it back a little. It could also be that that weapon is just dialed in. A quiet weapon is usually an efficient weapon, if it is running.
Very true.
Yeah, so far,
that's a good pop in the air.
All of the control exchanges here are going to Turbo Fiend. Their geometry just makes it so easy for them to get under Caldera.
You can see the Papazians here working together. Wow. Julian is driving the mini-bot, and they have kicked Caldera behind the house bot. Wow.
Wow, look at that. That framing, them laying in wait, they knew what was going to happen. Man, I hope we get to see that in a replay. That was incredible.
Now you're able to ask for one unstick from the house bot, and that request hasn't come yet from Caldera. Turbo Fiend is really making Glenn sweat here. But they have just stayed on top of Caldera, really dictating the pace of this fight. And really, they are showing the absolute dominance of this multi-bot design here.
2 exchanges in a row there, Luke, that they lost. That could be a change in the tide. At the very least, it was an opening. It doesn't look like they've capitalized on it, though.
70 seconds left here in this fight. Julian Papazian here driving this orange mini-bot is doing an amazing job at getting under Caldera. That is a good pin here.
Yeah, fantastic driving on the mini-bot. It is just so perfectly designed to take on a robot like Caldera. The main robot, the larger section of Turbo Fiend, winning some exchanges, but not doing nearly as well as the Mini.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Minibot really is showing amazing control here. But Turbo Fiend, pretty well piloted, staying very close to Caldera this entire fight.
Oh, this is an excellent pin. They're going to take the end of this match to show off some control. I noticed the weapon is currently off on Caldera. I don't know if it runs or not. We'll find out at the end of the match. Oh, they're trying to spin it up.
15 seconds left. I wouldn't be playing it conservatively here, Glenn. You got to fire that weapon up.
No, you can see it. It's twitching. It's trying to spin up, but there is some damage going on.
He's calling for a tap out. Wow. Glenn didn't hit the button, though. It's going to go to the judges, but you could see him at the end tapping on the glass. It looks like Dima Papazian could be advancing here. Really incredible shot here of the Papazian siblings. Wow, a really great showing here. Caldera is ranked #1. It is our #1 ranked Beetle with an incredible 28-8 record. If Dima ends up winning this fight, it is going to just absolutely rocket the ranking of Turbo Fiend. All right, let's take a look here at this replay. Now, this was just incredibly masterful driving from the Papazians.
Really is. Look here, you've got... Wow, okay, it's not the moment I thought it was going to be, but look at this maneuvering to try and put Caldera in the corner, keep it up against the rail, keep it framed, then immediately to the Minibot. It's a fantastic combination of strategies. They're able to keep Caldera on its heels the entire time, almost the entire time, not let it get any of those big hits that it needs to get in to win. We're gonna head back to the desk, but what a fantastic fight.
Kyle. Wow. All right, guys,
man.
we have an update. We saw it on camera. The tap out is official. That was, in fact, a tap out. Whew. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Well, there you go. How would you feel if you were Dima Papazian right now?
I would feel excited to go up against my brother in the finals or as deep into the bracket as possible.
Absolutely amazing story there. That is phenomenal. So congratulations to Dima Papazian and Turbo Fiend for qualifying for the World Championships. Absolutely incredible. Well deserved. Fantastic driving matchup for them. That was absolutely incredible. All right.
All right.
3 pounds is moving right along. So Turbo Fiend now moves over into the semifinals. They will be facing off against either Monkfish or Comet in the next round. I would say Monkfish is definitely the favorite there. And really, looking at this bracket moving forward, Monkfish has a great chance of getting a dumpster on this one.
Yeah, a lot of 3D printed robots in the mix, which their thin blade is really good at going right through.
Absolutely, and that blade has been nigh unstoppable, save one fight today. So we shall see how that goes for them. Absolutely incredible. In the meantime, though, let's go check in on our friend Chris up in the pits. Chris, what do you got for us, buddy?
Hey guys, I'm here with Brendan Steele, and in front of us here is a bot that you've run very successfully in 2024. This is Slam Plan, which you won Motorama with, and you are now here in the bracket for our October qualifier. Tell us a little bit about your day so far. We're going to be getting into 12-pound action soon, and you got a big match coming up.
Oh, well, I'm excited. I'm fighting Son of Cram next, and I think it'll be a quick and dirty one, just like the rest of the Slam Plan fights have been. I think across all the fights I've had today so far, I think I've only averaged about a 30 to 35 second long match. So I haven't been here very long, but I think I got this.
So your matches are not the only thing that's been fast. Now you showed me last night here in the pits. Let's see if we can get a little bit closer on this. You showed me that you made this modification to your blade where you actually you kind of hone this in and sharpen the blade. And tell me about how much more tip speed that you've gotten out of this.
So I've noticed with all the other blade designs, every time you have a flat shape, there's those sharp corners, and what that does is it causes air drag, it causes resistance, it lowers the efficiency of your system. And so what I did is I sharpened the back edge to almost a knife point, and the front edge is round. So basically, the whole blade is an airfoil, which makes it considerably more efficient, basically. And it kind of removes its presence aerodynamically, which in my case, it bumped up the tip speed about 20%. So I went from 240 miles an hour to about 280 miles an hour at the tips.
And so that's really been working out well for you today. But here in the bracket, you are going to go up against the son of Cram. And let me ask you, do you have a strategy going into a match against a bot like that?
It's been the same for all the little vertical spinners I've fought, and that's to just rip into it. I mean, they can try and go weapon to weapon, but I've got the tip speed advantage now, and I think it's really been paying off.
All right, well, good luck. It's gonna be an awesome match. I hope that we see you at the end of the night.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, back to you guys.
Very cool. Caution indeed, Brendan Steele and Slam Plan absolutely crushing it today. Braggadocious on the internet before the event, and as it turns out, well deserved. That has been an impressive bot to watch. In the meantime, let's go back to 3-pound action in cage 2. We've got Monkfish and Comet. Once again, complementary colors. You gotta love it.
Great work.
And putting them in the wrong corner, I don't like that.
Well, if they were in the opposite corners, you wouldn't be able to even see them,
I
Kyle.
guess that's true. I guess that's true. Monkfish, Rachel de Guzman, amazing robot. You've gotta love it. And by the way, Comet putting on a showcase today. But in the meantime, let's go to our friends in the play-by-play booth to call this action.
Now here in the pink corner, we've got Rachel de Guzman and Monkfish, our disgruntled little teal undercutter shuffler robot that has torn through the competition. She was entering this this competition in October with just 2 career losses at NHRL, winning a golden dumpster last year and making it into the championship, taking it all the way to the finals. Now, Comet has had an incredible day. This is a robot that admittedly was not on our radar at the start of the day, ranked number 71, built by Connor Howard from Team WPI, former Housebot driver Connor Howard. Now, the winner of this match will qualify for the World Championships. Monkfish, though, is so highly ranked in the rankings that she might get in even with a loss here. We're going to have to see.
Very possible. Now, a robot like Comet, a little unremarkable in its overall design, but it's driven so well today. That's really been a big reason for its success.
Comet really zippy drive here, able to very easily self-right itself.
Yeah, it's a classic case of point and shoot with Comet. It lines up, it tries to get its enemy in its sights, and then it takes off and strikes as fast as it can. At least that's what it wants to do.
Monkfish, though, really bringing the pain here with this smothering drive style. She just continues to attack, pushing Comet up against the rail and really doing damage here. You can see Comet is not as zippy trying to get out of this these weapon-to-weapon exchanges.
Yeah,
and Rachel really just smothering her opponent here.
It is tough to get a shuffler really dialed in, especially in the 3-pound weight class, but Monkfish has hit that hurdle. They blew that hurdle out of the water or off the track and field.
Wow.
And man, do they move nicely now. You see a wheel is now missing from Comet's smaller section, and now the rest of the robot's missing.
Yeah, Rachel de Guzman just not wasting any time, killing that mini bot here. And she's now on her head. First time in this match. Connor, though, continues to run well here. Half of the match is down. 90 seconds left here in this fight. And again, Comet looks like the power is out. Oh no, it's high center on its
the
own
wheel.
Minibot's wheel.
Oh, that was a good hit from Comet on Monkfish for a change. The weapon is not spinning on Monkfish currently. It could come back, or it might be just that damaged for the rest of the fight.
Wow, Rachel de Guzman looks like she's lost her weapon here on Monkfish with a minute left here. That is not good. That is showing really decisive damage here.
Yeah, Comet needs to take full advantage of this if they want to pull out a win. What is amazing is you can see that weapon is sitting crossways. That becomes armor for the underside of Monkfish, and that's such an effective little bonus. That weapon's spinning up again.
I think that might have just been, oh no, you're right.
No, it is powered up.
Wow!
Comet in the corner. They're gonna need that unstick as soon as possible.
They've already burned up their unstick, Ricky.
Oh, well, then this is gonna be it. I don't see them coming out of this. And even if they do, Monkfish laying in wait.
Monkfish is just waiting for its prey, but she might be waiting for the count out here.
Knockout.
This is a knockout. Your winner is Monkfish again, qualifying for the championship. Rachel de Guzman cutting it incredibly close. She went to one competition last year, qualified. Went to one competition this year, qualified. Fantastic.
Listen, she knows what she's doing. She's got a powerful robot. It's dialed in. She's practiced. She knows how to drive it. Sometimes
if I had 1/10 of this confidence, I worry about what I could do.
Yeah,
you know?
you'd be a danger to national security and perhaps the human race as a whole.
Wow, fantastic.
My goodness.
All right, now Monkfish will advance here in the bracket, and will be facing off against Turbo Fiend. Let's take a look here at this replay. Now Monkfish was in charge of most of this fight, but Connor really put her through her paces. This was a really, really destructive fight, Ricky.
Yeah, and you can see even with this wheel situation, Comet, this wheel here in the corner is just vibrating as much as possible. They're hoping that that's going to knock them off. Sometimes when you have a wheel like lopsided like that, it can vibrate you off. They don't make it in time, and that was all she wrote. Even then, you have laying in wait, ready to strike at any time. Monkfish ready to go. We are going to jump up to Lindsay. I believe she's got some interviews for us. Lindsay, how's it going?
Hi, I am here with Rachel, who just won that match. And not to mention, you won this event last year. So how does it feel being back? It's been a year. What's going through your head right now?
It's exciting to come back and be on here again. I was really scared earlier on. I don't have as much practice with this robot this year because I've been taking some time off to do some other things. But I'm glad I still have it, and I'm glad Monkfish still has it.
Monkfish is still a fan favorite. We are so excited to see your next match. You've qualified. Congratulations. So go back to the pits. I don't know if you have anything left to repair. You look pretty good after that, but
we'll see. We have extra parts, so we'll double check everything, make sure everything's good to go for the next fight, which I believe should be Turbo Fiend.
Good luck with that.
I've fought them before.
Awesome. All right, confirmed it's Turbo Fiend. So yeah, get back in the pits, get ready, and we're gonna have a good brawl on our hands after that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Congratulations, Rachel. Absolutely amazing performance with a fantastic bot. And yes, you will be fighting Turbo Fiend and Dima in the next round. That's going to be a really fun fight. Either way, both of you have qualified for the World Championships. This is all about the golden dumpster. Meanwhile, other side of the bracket, we have Supreme Ruler taking on Drumderchild, and we have Mako taking on Impact, the two heaviest hitters left in this division. I cannot wait to see that fight. But Supreme Ruler, Drumderchild, these are two bots that I think people were really hoping to see get into the finals.
Yeah.
For Drumderchild, it is a do or die situation. They are a very low ranked bot. They have to win in order to guarantee their spot in the World Championships. So right now, let's go to Cage 2. And there we see them, Nate Franklin and Drumderchild. They're on the right-hand side. You can see it is the small black drum bot.
And Supreme Ruler is turning on right now. It's got those steak knives in front. It's white, and they've got the blue mini-bot.
So much fire coming out of this team. So the winner of this matchup qualifies for the World Championships.
That's simple. But let's head over to the booth with Ricky and Luke to call this fight.
Now, Ricky, Nate Franklin is known for his work in control bots. And so it's a little ironic that now that he's got a kinetic weapon, he's facing off against a control bot here.
It is interesting, and I think this is really a good matchup because this is where Nate is able to show off his driving skills as a point of comparison. You can really get a contrast. That said, Jeff, also a fantastic control bot driver, probably the preeminent cam lifter driver that competes here at NHRL.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's going to have his work cut out for him. What's really interesting to me is how Nate has leaned into the experience of working with this drum over the course of a few different matches.
Ricky,
yes.
I love that this blue mini-bot here looks like it's got a it's got like a butter knife taped to the front of it.
That is high tensile strength titanium, Luke.
Fantastic.
Listen, you got a theme. You stick with the theme.
This is going to be a driving match. Both of these builders are known for their drive style, and we're going to see this this match here as they go head-to-head. We've got Jeff Waters here in the red corner, and Nate Franklin here in the blue corner.
Drummer Child going up against Supreme Ruler. Now, this should be a pretty interesting fight. Both of these robots have wedge-like options, but it's really just Drummer Child with a kinetic energy weapon. So it's all going to be about whether or not that kinetic energy weapon can connect with just about anything on its opponent. Keep in mind, too, both sections of Supreme Ruler are very squishy, TPU-based robots.
Now,
so they can take some hits.
One of the big things to watch for here is whether Drumder's Child starts to melt. I don't see a lot of that flame-resistant tape on Drumder Child.
No, but that is a heavily carbon fiber robot. Carbon fiber doesn't melt the way a lot of these plastics does. It can burn, but that takes a lot longer.
Now, we've seen several forks get ripped off of cam lifters run by other teams here today. Let's see if Drumder Child can rip off one of these forks. That would show massive damage.
Certainly a feather in his cap if he can pull it off.
It looks like the flamethrower, though, on Supreme Ruler's mini-bot is not running, and the flame on the main bot for Supreme Ruler is intermittent.
Definitely struggling through the course of this fight, and even aside from the flame, both sections of Supreme Ruler, especially the smaller one, have been hung up for a large percentage of this match.
I am really impressed by Drumder Child's ability to gyro its way out of these pins. As they get stuck up on the cam lifter forks here, they're just able to rotate their way back into safety. See a piece of plastic there in the box. Was that off of Supreme Ruler? Here we go. Good weapon-on-weapon hit here.
I'm noticing, Luke, the forks on Supreme Ruler seem to get floppier and floppier as this match goes along. Doesn't say a lot for their durability chances long term.
Not seeing a lot of rotation as well with these cam forks here.
No, only one or two. Earlier in the day, Jeff was having issues with the servos that drive these forks. They were causing signal issues with the transmitter. And it seemed a little like he had the option for drive, fire, or servos, but not all three. Oh, there's some servo action. They are spinning.
60 seconds left here in this fight. Wow, Drumder Child getting under Supreme Ruler. They're going head-to-head. This is a very, very close match. Drumder Child is going to have to show damage. Supreme Ruler is going to have to show a whole lot more pinning.
Man, I am so focused on the use of these forks. It seems like a missed opportunity, Luke. A fork like that is so effective when used properly against a drum, but they're so far apart compared to the size of Drummer Child, it's very hard to use in the right way.
20 seconds left. You can hear that Nate Franklin is leaving it all out on the floor here, spinning up that weapon fully. 10 seconds left. They've escaped the countout. This one will go to the judges. This is a close match. When you take a look at it, you know, Supreme Ruler's primary weapons, both the lifting forks here, the twisting forks, and the flamethrower, were not as strong as typical. And Drumderchild, though, has to show damage in the eyes of the judges. You can see Nate and Jeff giving a good hug there cage side. Fantastic work from both of these builders.
I can see a look on Jeff's face. I think he is certainly a little bit concerned right now. I think he has good reason to be. It's certainly not a foregone conclusion entirely, but if I'm sitting in the judge's box, I'm having a hard time seeing how Supreme Ruler works that to a victory.
You can see the Minibot driver here, Luke Grell, the builder of Minor Threat 5. I love those driving glasses, the wraparound glasses. You know, he wears them so that he can see through the fire during a Supreme Ruler fight.
Not to cut you off here, Luke, this is important steps. They're going through functionality checks to see what's working and what is not. There is a peculiarity in the rules here that is worth pointing out.
Okay.
When a flame-based robot runs out of fuel, we do not consider that damage.
But in this case, it barely ran at all. There's probably a ton of fuel in there, Ricky.
We don't know, and I don't know. I don't know if they're going to make a decision cage side, if they're going to further investigate this, but they did confirm just now that the heating element is switching on, and it is attempting to spray fuel, which might indicate that he burned through all the fuel he had. Maybe he didn't run a full tank. Maybe he burned through it pretty quickly. A lot of these robots can burn through fuel in 20 seconds. So something that they're going to look at. Now, I don't know if that makes a difference for the ultimate outcome, but it's certainly a factor in the judge's decision.
Yeah, the judge is going to have to crack open the judging rubric here for this one, I think. You know, it really, it's, you know, it depends on your definition of what your primary weapon is here. You know, if your primary weapon is the cam lifting motion, didn't see a ton of that, at least not in a way that affected the fight.
And it's strange, right? Because the cam seemed like it had every opportunity to do that, and we did see the cams engage at times.
Yeah.
So it's either intermittent failure or it's just not taking all the opportunities that are given to you.
Yeah.
Neither one is a good look for the judges.
Yeah. I think this one is going to be a close judge's call. And let's go and check in first with Chris up in the pits. Hello, Chris.
Hey guys, I'm here with Dominic Mazzolino. Take a look right here. Down here we have Honeyfied. 12-pound action is going to be coming up in just a little while. Now, Dominic, your first match is going to be up against Steggy. This is going to probably come down to a pretty decent slugfest. Let me ask you. You're coming in with this big horizontal. What's your strategy going up against a bot that, frankly, you know, has a way with dealing with horizontals?
I've talked to him. He is unsure of which config he's going to be running, whether it's going to be his drum or undercutter. So depending on which config he ends up running will determine whether or not I run the mini bot with us, and it's going to come down to hopefully driving. I'm hoping that my drive will be at least a tad bit faster, that I'm able to maneuver around, get to the sides of his robot, and hopefully take out a wheel or two.
So that's interesting. It's like you both have like a little bit of an arsenal that you can dip into. I'm curious to know when you're going up and you don't know that someone has a particular config that they may or may not run. Like, are you running through multiple scenarios in your head, and you're going down with multiple strategies? Like, how much is that to juggle when so much is on the line right now?
There's a lot. Because right now, as I've said, he has the two different configs. That determines whether or not I run my weapon at a higher speed or a lower speed, whether or not we run with the mini bot or not. And it comes down to also my driving. Like, how do I drive this robot? Do I drive it thinking I'm going to face an undercutter where I don't have to worry as much about weapon-to-weapon interactions, whereas if I'm facing a drum, it's going to be a lot more of worrying about weapon-to-weapon interactions.
Well, Dominic, I won't keep you. I'm sure that you're going to need to be in that headspace for a little bit longer, but 12 pounds are coming up. Good luck.
Thank you.
best of luck. I would love to see you take home a dumpster.
All right, thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
All right. We are still waiting on a judge's decision for that last fight, but our next matchup is going to be Mako versus Impact. This is my favorite matchup in the quarterfinals round. Let's go to cage 2 right now where those bots are loading in. There you see in the pink corner, Mako. Oh, there we go. Nice little shot of the pits there. They are all loading in. Let's go to our friends in the booth to call this insane action.
We've got Mako and Julian Papazian facing off against Lars
Robots fight.
This is a major choke point here in the bracket. Both of these robots are very fearsome.
What a start from Mako. That was one of the fastest box rushes we've seen, certainly today, in a long time even.
Yeah, Lars Elliott, though, is one of the most aggressive drivers. Mako was expecting the box rush there and decided to choose violence himself.
Yeah, he really just tanked it right to the face. And that's a valid strategy when your face happens to be a giant weapon. Mako looking really good, but not yet able to get any control over its opponent.
Lars Elliott repeatedly getting under Julian's robot here and just bobbling this opponent.
The saw blade is off.
Wow, that is a huge amount of damage for Lars Elliott and Impact.
Yeah, Mako can use that saw blade area as a hammer, but that is drastically less effective than a 400-mile-an-hour saw blade. However, this is a great pin, Luke. Look at this, showing off its limited but still functional weapon.
Very aggressive tapping here from Julian Papazian and Mako. And I'm waiting to see if the weapon on Impact is going to fire back up. 90 seconds left here in this fight. I'm sure that Lars Elliott would love to self-right himself, but he needs to have his weapon running to do that effectively.
Now you can see Mako is stuck in the guardrail on the left. Freed up
Here we go.
by the house bot.
Lars back on his feet. Let's see that weapon, Lars.
It is not spinning. I don't think it's coming back, Luke.
Wow, 75 seconds left here in
I
this
see
fight.
it twitching just a bit. It is trying. That kind of points to mechanical damage. You don't usually have a weapon spin up quite that much if there's an electrical problem.
And now it'll come down to a head-to-head driving battle as both of these opponents try and rack up control points. More aggressive tapping from Julian Papazian and Mako.
However,
Look
a
at
little
that.
bit of a mistake. That weapon is tired. That is almost certainly bearing damage. That motor just doesn't have the power to keep the weapon spinning.
Wow, but Lars Elliott, they're scooping up the saw blade, pushing it into Mako. Wow! 30 seconds left here in this fight.
Oh, and now Mako is stuck under the guardrail again, and it has used its unstick. Listen, if Impact just dials back, this is probably the end of the fight, but they're going to take the pin.
Wow, 15 seconds left here. Looks like both of these robots will escape the countout. We're going to send this one to the judges.
Oh, what a great pin. What an incredible impression to leave the judges with. Tapping like its life depends on it, and you know what, Luke, it does. What a match. That was incredibly well driven.
Wow. Julian Papazian and his sister Dima, they're very happy with their performance. Lars Elliott and Impact, his fate now rests in the hands of the judges. There's going to be some nail-biter moments here for the team behind Impact as they await their fate.
What a fight. I gotta say, it took a while to get there, but Mako really did take advantage of the leeway that it was given. It's just so hard to go up against Impact with a weapon like Mako's. It really is not the matchup they want, and they endured long enough to get to a point where
Now, in the functional test, you can see Impact was able to fire up its weapon. I think if that weapon was reliable for the full 3 minutes, this would very clearly be an Impact win for Lars Elliott. But now, with that weapon up and down, it's a big question mark that hangs in the air.
And remember, it's about whether or not you have a weapon working at the end of the fight. If it goes down in the middle, that is not as big of a deal. You can look, you've got this kind of like cluster of robots tangled together, and then, wow, what piece was that ripped off of Mako?
The saw blaze goes here in just a second. Impact successfully getting under Mako time and time again and ripping off that saw blade. And here, this final shot of the match. Just, oh no, this was almost the final shot of the match.
It was getting close. They took every opportunity to furiously tap, and hopefully it worked out for them, or at least hopefully for them it worked out for them. We're going to head back to the desk and get their take on it. Guys?
All right, so the bottom half of the bracket comes down to 2 dramatic judges' decisions. We have the first judge's decision ready to go right now. So, in the matchup, that's right, your winner, Supreme Ruler, defeats Drumderchild. Supreme Ruler will be moving on into the next round to face off with the winner of either Mako or Impact, depending on how that judge's decision goes.
And that one's going to be tough, Kyle.
Absolutely.
Both had some weapon issues. Both had some mini-bot issues.
Yeah, really, really going to be interesting to see how that one goes. So congratulations to Nate Franklin. Really great showing. But it is going to be Supreme Ruler moving on to the next round. We've seen Supreme Ruler at the World Championships before. It will be amazing to see them there once again. An amazing robot and so much fire. I'm really looking forward to seeing this. But yes, let's find out how this next judge's decision goes. We will have that for you shortly. We are going to move on to some more big bot action in the 12-pound bracket as our 3-pounders get ready for the next round. So, if you had to choose Impact.
Oh, I really love the onslaught of pecs that Mako did as soon as their saw had been ripped off. And I liked that Lars had kept trying to get that weapon spinning with Impact, even though it was certainly having some issues, like Ricky said, perhaps with a bearing, something like that.
Seemed mechanical, yep.
And I really like both those builders. This is so hard to choose, Kyle.
They're both really talented people, and it's pretty amazing. Okay, we have some breaking news.
Oh, thank goodness.
So this isn't the judge's decision.
Oh, dang it.
But because Supreme Ruler just won their fight, their previous fight, so Impact is automatically qualified for the World Championships. Lars Elliott, his first ever custom bot, qualified for the World Championships 2024. So excited for the Elliott family. That is phenomenal. Congratulations, Lars. Big news. That's awesome.
I'm really happy for Lars, for Buffy, for John, the whole family, the whole team. So exciting.
Yeah, they bring so much wholesome, awesome energy to the pits. They're such great people. Excited to have them here for the World Championships. That's going to be absolutely incredible. Lars deserves it. One of the best drivers, period, the end in the entire game.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Kyle.
This just in. So we know Impact advances to the World Championships. That's now guaranteed. But here is our judge's decision from that last matchup, and that's right. Your winner by aggressive tapping, Mako.
All right.
All right, Mr. Papazian, congratulations. Moving on yet again, Mako unstoppable today. I love this robot so much, and like I said, I don't see anybody in this bracket that could really take it out. We'll see how it goes up against Supreme Ruler in the next round. Whew. All right, back to Cage 1, 12-pound fighting action.
Look at that. We've got Doppelganger in the blue corner and questionable choices in the pink.
All right, let's go to our friends in the play-by-play booth to call this action. 12-pound fights coming your way. How you doing, fellas?
Thank you, friends. Doing well.
Now, both of these robots here are from people who had to get onto an airplane to get here. We've got Mark Liu and questionable choices here in pink, flying in from San Diego. Doppelganger here from the University of Florida. Now, if questionable choices wins, Son of Cram will qualify. If Doppelganger wins, then Doppelganger will qualify for the championship. This is our first 12-pound fight here of the semifinals.
Man, we are jumping in here. I got to say, I love Doppelganger. Really, really fun robot. They're going to have an uphill climb here. It's a tough matchup. I think they can make it. But I just really want to see that double weapon continue to make it deep into this tournament.
Fight, robots,
so
fight.
Away we go.
Questionable choices, just punting that cam lifter minibot and getting the better of that exchange here against Doppelganger, kicking it up against the rail. Ricky, what would you rather have, one vert or two verts?
I think I'd rather have two in this case. Going into the fight, I thought Doppelganger was going to be at a distinct disadvantage, but the way this geometry is working, Questionable Choices is having a hard time not going weapon to weapon. And it makes it a little easier to drive for Doppelganger.
Yeah,
that could be a huge difference.
Looks like the speed has changed on questionable choices. It's spinning a little lower. You can see it losing these weapon-to-weapon exchanges. Doppelganger, though, has had trouble keeping both of its weapons running the full 3 minutes. Let's see if they can do that here in this fight.
Yeah, this is a robot with twice the complexity, but redundancy. And that's a trade-off that is carefully calculated and does have some drawbacks. You can see Doppelganger doing its best to self-right using the arena. Questionable choices, spending a lot of time on its head.
And it looks like Mark's weapon on questionable choices has gone down.
No, it's just off because it is now contacting the ground. It has to be very careful not to burn out that motor.
Oh, right you are, Ricky.
Well, you can see the little ears on the top of questionable content. One is bent over, and both of them are a little damaged, which means it's going to sit a little lower. That weapon starts to hit the floor.
Right.
Doppelganger, really interesting. It seems to limp for a moment, and then it drives like butter. I don't know what's going on with it. Perhaps some schmoo or some schmervel in the gearboxes. It's hard to say.
60 seconds left in this fight, and questionable choices is again up on the rail. Forcing the save here. Mark Lewis just burned up his one save. And Brooks Silver with Doppelganger really needs to turn on the afterburners here. Ideally scoring a knockout. If he takes it to the judges, this one's going to be very close. Wow, good weapon-to-weapon exchanges here. Ooh, tearing off a piece of the armor here on questionable choices. Back and forth slugfest here.
Yeah, Doppelganger is going to need to get back up. Oh, there it is! Ladies and gentlemen.
Up against the rail.
Oh, that minibot is coming in clutch. This multi is going. This should be able to save questionable choices. It's going to be close, but it should work if they can just... No, it's stuck.
No.
Look, the smaller robot segment tries to rescue the larger one. They get stuck in the process, and that is the end.
Wow, if that match had gone another 2 or 3 seconds longer, we would have probably seen a knockout. That is a great, great image to send to the judges. Doppelganger here and Brooks Silver looking pretty good as he takes it to the judges.
Yeah, I can't think of a, well, I can certainly think of ways to be sitting prettier, but that, given the rest of the match, is a really strong finish. Wow.
Now, questionable choices has already qualified for the championship, winning a golden dumpster at the January New Bots event here. So, you know, Mark has qualified 10 months ago. Really takes a lot of the pressure off of your build season here at NHRL. And Doppelgator, eager to get an invitation. Let's see what the judges decide here in just a moment.
Man, that fight had so much back and forth. I really think Doppelgator had the spirit through it, but that one big weapon and some of the hits that it was able to deliver, whether by skill or luck or whatever, on Doppelgator, yeah, it just felt like it would go back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah, you would expect that Questionable Choices would have stronger drive, just given its size and you know, less weight attached to its weapons. But Doppelgator really held its own in the drive department, able to push its opponent around, and keeping both of those weapons running the entire time, which is really fantastic.
Yeah, it's interesting. The scoring doesn't exactly work this way, but it's hard to get the subconscious idea that, like, wow, they made it to the end with 2 working weapons.
Yeah.
Again, it's not explicitly the way it works, but from an impressiveness standpoint, they had twice as much to break, and it didn't break. So it certainly gives a good impression, even if it might not help on the scoring rubric.
Okay. Tense moments here in the 12s. You know, everybody wants to advance and qualify. There are 3 robots that have already qualified: Honeyfied, Questionable Choices, and Steggy. The other remaining 5 12-pounders are fighting for those 4 open spots. We can see head referee Jim Haney here coming in to take a look at the damage to the floor. He's looking for high spots.
Yeah, we generally don't fix low spots unless they're really intense, but we do walk through and try and knock off pieces that might be sticking up, you know, could impede movement in somewhere in the box. These cages have really taken a beating today. Keep in mind, folks, the surrounding perimeter here begins the day black, painted the entire way around. All of that wood showing through, that is damage from today.
Yeah.
We are going to go to Lindsay, see if she has a little more information cage side about how people are feeling. Lindsay, how's it going?
Hi, yes, I'm here with Nate and Mark from Questionable Choices and Nate from Drummer Child. I'm going to ask both of them questions. Nate, I've been wanting to interview you for a long time. I really want to ask you about that last match with Supreme Ruler. You are really good friends with Jeff. You are no stranger to fighting him. So tell me about your thought going into that match.
Well, Supreme Ruler, I think, is like one of the scariest bots. Not because of the flames, but it also is just like the most annoying bot to fight. Like, I've watched so many of its fights where like the other person doesn't have a chance because he just like pins them for so long. So I fully expected Jeff to just box rush me and melt me.
I mean, I thought you drove one of the matches of your life. Your driving was impeccable, and you are so well known for your driving. You have become famous for your wedge bot driving, and this is your first robot with a weapon. What is your thought process making that switch to a kinetic weapon bot?
Honestly, it's way more fun. I've had like more fun today than I did running like Thunderchild for like a decade, and I'm not going back. I love spinners. They're so much fun.
You've come to the dark side of the spinner world. And Mark, I mean, you have already qualified with this robot, so have you made a lot of changes since January where you won the Golden Dumpster?
Yes, actually, we made the robot a lot more serviceable so we can do quicker repairs. We had a not great event in September, so we're back here proving out some even more changes to see if we can improve the performance.
Sounds good. And looking at your robot now, do you think you have a lot to repair if you advance here?
Yes, we're going to have to replace the front end, which luckily isn't the worst thing, but we're waiting to see the judges' results.
Excellent. Well, good luck to both of you. Thank you so much for really entertaining fights today, and we'll see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Thanks.
Oh, wow. Adorable. Nate Franklin, just wholesome good times. Good guy. Everybody likes him in this community for good reason, and an amazing driver. All right, so going out to Jeff Waters, not so bad.
No,
Could be worse.
He's really good. His bot's really good.
Yeah.
And Nate summed it up perfectly. Really annoying to fight.
Yeah. Yeah, really annoying to fight. Nate had just the right size bot to do it, and there were some really close moments there, but at the end of the day, yeah, the forks were just too much. It was too forky.
Yep. And I liked what Mark said about not digging into the repairs until hearing the judge's decision from his last fight.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it's a lot of work to get these bots fixed, and as the day progresses, it only becomes harder. Your brain gets tired, your fingers get cut up, so it makes sense that he wants it to be worth it to get those repairs going, and the only thing that makes it worth it is to still be in the tournament.
Yeah, amen. All right, so we have a decision now, finally. And here is the judge's ruling coming right up on the screen. And your winner, Doppelgator. Unanimous judge's decision. Congratulations to Doppelgator moving on in the 12-pound division. Congratulations. They will face off against the winner of Son of Cram or Slam Plan. I'm pretty happy about Slam Plan.
Yeah, me too. And, oh, hey, look who it is.
All right, so there you see the huge size disparity between Son of Cram and David Small. And Brendan Steele, the business cat himself, and Slam Plan. I love both of these robots. David Small, one of the best drivers and builders in this sport, period, the end. He is a West Coast legend. So excited to see him here. But he's going up against Brendan Steele and Slam Plan of Team Huge. This bot is amazing. So, the winner qualifies for the World Championships. It is all on the line for these bots right now. Let's go to our friends in the play-by-play booth. Ricky and Luke, take it away.
Back again.
Now, Brendan Steele here with Slam Plan is running a robot that is designed to kill horizontals that look a lot like Son of Cram. Now, Ricky, can you talk me through kind of what the strategy is for a big-wheeled robot like this?
So, obviously, you're going to try to attack from above and get it into a straddle-type position, but the real trick here is to keep them there. So, with a drum robot like this, you might think you want to keep the tires clear from it, but if you can get Son of Cram under your wheels and sideways, so that the only way out is to drive through your tire, especially if your weapon is not spinning, you can rain down all sorts of hits as well as keeping control of the match. And with a big wheel, showing off control is something really impressive. So, for starters, absolute basics, get on top of your opponent and stay there without getting hit. Next step up, if you can possibly do it, get your opponent sideways, spin on top. As soon as that weapon is down, take advantage of that and keep them there so that you can show off some control and show off some real dominance in the fight. Now, how do you get there? A lot of robots, especially one like Slam Plan, are going to try to do the gyro move. They're going to get up on one wheel and they're just going to smack down on their opponent. If he can pull that off, he's in great shape. So, let's get in here. As we're talking about, we've got Son of Cram sitting in the red corner, ready to go. Oh boy, Slam Plan looking ominous in the blue corner. This should be a really, really good fight. Brendan Steele standing by, the business cat himself, looking mighty serious, but all smiles nonetheless. I wonder if they're looking that perky over in the Son of Cram corner.
Now, Son of Cram is running a tantalizingly juicy exposed belt that runs that drum here. You can see it there on the right side of your screen.
Man, thinking about tantalizing, did you see how much tape is on the top of Slam Plan? That robot, as I understand it, its armor is mostly tape and air. It's just, it's going to be so hard.
As you do.
As you do. With a big wheel design, you can get away with this. It's just so hard to get at those juicy internals. That is like a full 2 inches above the highest point of Son of Cram, let alone the weapon.
Yeah, fantastic. So, you know, like, why do you need carbon
look,
fiber
hold on, pause
thing?
right here. Look at that. Look at how skinny that blade has been carved down to. That is going to cut through the air like a knife through air.
Yeah.
It's gonna make that cool like shing sound that you hear in the samurai movies.
Yeah, there you go.
At 5,000 RPM.
Now, for David Small and Son of Graham, Combat Robotics is now a generational affair. So his father ran the robot Cram, and appropriately named, this is the son of Cram.
Look here. I just want to draw attention.
Okay.
That top of the blade. This is a narrow blade on top. This is what we might see though. At the bottom, that's almost literally a razor's edge.
Right.
You could go to a katana shop in Okinawa and just like, this is what I want, and this is what they would give you. This is huge. I mean, you might see something even this thick in some of these blades, even more so.
Yeah.
And usually, a robot will compensate for a thicker blade by putting more weight into their batteries, their motor control, and everything else. But if you can get, your existing batteries to spin up something faster, there's you know what? I'm sorry for the folks at home that don't like math. I'm going to do this real quick. But the energy in this blade right here, the equation for that is mv squared. Now, more mass, this mass right here, you increase that, yeah, sure, your energy goes up. But if you increase the v, the velocity, the speed, every time you go up by 2, this little square right here, that means you actually went up by 4 times the power. You double your speed, that's 4 times the power. So he's concentrating on having a hot knife that moves through butter at really high speed. He's going to get literally exponential benefits from the power of this weapon, and that's going to go directly into his chances of winning the fight.
Yeah. If he even touches that belt, I think it might be shredding. Fantastic. I got a little physics lesson here, Richie. Richie.
How dare you?
I was going for Richard, and then I abandoned midway through. I should have committed.
You should have committed to the Richard. No,
I'm sorry. Richie's not. It doesn't even fit you, Ricky.
No. I don't have a money bin or a Mount Rushmore with my face on it. I think that was a pivotal part of the 1998 Richie Rich live action film.
Yeah.
I can't do that. I don't have that option. I don't have a Keen Bean either.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
0 Keen Beans in this vicinity.
Yeah. You can see that David Small here is got a nice homage to his opponent there on the top of Son of Graham. You've got the 2 little business cats with triumphant arms in the air. There we go. Oh, we're getting a meme live. That's great. Now, there is a reason for the delay here in this fight, but unfortunately, I don't know why. We're going to see here shortly. Now, typically, if it's a problem with the robots, you see the door open up. But with the robots fully functional in here, it is probably a technical challenge. But we will fix that shortly and get this running. Now, Ricky, is there like a worry at all that if you don't have much more than 3 minutes worth of battery, that a delay could kill you in a match?
It certainly could, but here's the thing. When you're sitting waiting at idle, you are drawing such a small amount of power compared to what you draw in a match.
Okay.
You would really have to be sitting here for a really long period of time, or you would have had to have decided to cut it real close on your battery. The competitors here know that there's always a chance you're going to have to sit at idle. So they're not cutting it to like, oh, I've got 3 minutes and 1 second or 3 minutes and 10 seconds. They know they might need a little bit more than that. I would venture to say a competent builder is going to put 4 or 5 minutes, of.
If it was me, I'd be a poor planner, Ricky. All right, I'd have 2 minutes and 59 seconds.
2 minutes and 59. Going back to my race car days, there was a mantra that if your race car doesn't fall apart the moment you cross the finish line, you built it too well. It's too heavy.
Yeah.
So you would fit in this group.
Good. Yeah. Live fast, take chances, I suppose. As Chris would say.
4, 3,
We are finally going to get into this fight. Again, Slam Plan in the blue corner, Son of Cram in the red.
Wow, you can see Son of Cram really trying to stay away from that super sharp blade on Slam Plan.
Slam Plan really looking aggressive there, trying to dead on take Son of Cram.
Now that was a good hit right there.
Smacked up into the air.
And then there's the belts, Ricky!
It worked exactly as planned. The weapon is now down and not coming back on Son of Cram. All that's left is for Slam Plan to beat their way through the top plate at these juicy batteries, motor controllers, motors, frame rails. It's a smorgasbord of robot violence all laid out at the feet of Slam Plan.
And it looks like one half of the drive is locked up on Son of Cram. Brendan Steele here, AKA Business Cat, is doing great. This super sharp blade here on Slam Plan is just eating into these exposed belts. You can see drive belts poking out of the top here. That very juicy weapon belts there got sniped pretty early in this match. And David Small is down to one functional weapon.
Look at that. That is a really interesting place.
Just
also, I want to point this out. That weapon is going just fine on Son of Cram. That belt must have been an alternate wheel belt.
Oh, interesting.
Those are tied together.
You're right. The weapon is going. My God, I've got to get my eyes checked, Ricky.
Well, it's tough. It's a black weapon. Oh, I mean, Slam Plan can get out of this, but that's never...
He's just showing off at this point, Ricky.
Yeah, it's tempting fate is what it is, Luke. The moment you get yourself stuck like that and can't get yourself...
Oh, my God. Brendan's going after the house spot. He wants another $1,000 here, Ricky.
He's hungry. He's hungry for them Ks.
Now, Business Cat successfully has turned off the house spot in the past. He wants more cash from Austin McCord, Ricky.
Yeah, he's shaking that money tree. He's going to keep shaking until that switch turns off. Now, this is doable. Wow, Floop is going to get angry at you. You know that, Brandon.
Wow.
Knockout.
This is a knockout, a decisive win for Business Cat and Slam Plan.
Bravo.
Brendan doing great in this match. Wow. That is exactly what you want to see from a big wheeled vert. Eating into the top of your opponent, sniping multiple belts. I think that he chewed through at least 2 drive belts here on Son of Cram. But the weapon still running.
Still running. That was too tasty of a target to not take advantage of those drive belts. But again, 2 of those wheels are not quite direct drive, but much closer to direct drive. So you can't just weapon belt your way out of them. We're going to go up to Chris. He's going to have a little more information for us up in the pits. Chris, what can you tell us?
Yeah, I'm sandwiched here between a couple of the Beetleweight beasts that we've seen here in the October event. Here on my right, I have Julian Papazian and Mako, who just won by judges' split decision and is going to be going up against Supreme Ruler. Obviously, that was an absolute slugfest between the two of you. Real quick, Julian, what else? I see that you're frantically working, getting a bot back ready for the next round. You're in the final 4 here. Tell me what's going through your head.
Well, I gotta put some flame tape on my bot because Supreme Ruler is gonna try to roast me alive, and that's not very fun. And after that, I gotta get the saw ready because I'm gonna try to cut him in half, but who knows what's gonna happen.
I mean, it might play out well for you. It's in the rock, paper, scissors. You got an overhead cutter. He's got a whole lot of printed material. You know, are you just going to go head to head and see what you can do? Can you cut through that armor? Can you get to a fuel tank or a battery?
Well, I figure we're going to wind up head to head at some point. We might as well just do it right in the beginning and figure out what happens. I mean, there's a good chance he's going to have armor ready, but we'll see if they can get through it.
I have no doubt in my mind that it's going to be another slugfest. Speaking of slugfest, you just went head-to-head with Lars Elliott and Impact. You've been driving this thing today like you stole it. And the most exciting thing, the most exciting part of this is you have now also qualified for the World Championships with Impact. Tell me about your day and what's going through your head.
I completely redesigned the robot for this event, so everything about it except for the beater is new. So I am really happy with how all the parts worked out. It was all great. The frame, I had bending issues in the last ones. This one's great. The belt tension's still good. I'm really happy I qualified, but I think it could have maybe gone farther if I didn't make a few mistakes. But good for them. They did really well. They deserved it. So.
Well, you know what they call a bunch of mistakes? Wisdom.
Yeah.
So, but between now and the World Championships, anything that you're going to be doing with Impact?
I'm going to Florida in like 2 weeks to fight it. But in terms of design, I'm not going to change much. I might change a bit of stuff to make it a bit more idiot-proof so I don't make mistakes on it. Save a bit more weight here and there just because it's always what I want to do. And then that's about it. It worked really well. I didn't really have many issues with it, so I'm really happy with how it did.
Well, Julian, I'll let you get back to getting ready for the Final Four here. Congratulations, Lars, for making it into the World Championships. We might see a rematch here in December, so stay tuned for that. That's going to be really exciting. All right, good luck, and we'll see you in December. Back to you guys.
Congratulations. I just have to say it. That was an amazing matchup with Doppelganger, with Slam Plan, and Son of Cram. I cannot wait to see the Doppelganger Slam Plan matchup in the next round.
Kyle, I was getting really nervous when Brandon started taking Slam Plan towards the house bot switch.
I know, you were literally like grabbing your chair, freaking out on these arms. I was watching you.
Like, don't run, fight it. Come on, Floop.
That was so funny. Yeah, if he was just looking for a little extra cash. You got like 40 seconds. You can do some extra money. You know?
That's a weapon he was trying to turn it off with. That's repairs that need to happen by someone, Kyle.
By someone. Just evil henchmen, really. It's no big deal. So listen, next matchup we're going to see in the 12-pound division is going to be Steggy versus Honeyfied, and then we're going to have Minor Threat 5 versus Bjorn. 2 tight little compact, amazing machines. I cannot wait for the bottom half of the bracket in the 12-pound division. But at the top of the bracket, we've pretty much got it figured out into the semifinals. It's Doppelganger versus the unstoppable Slam Plan. Not even housebots can keep that thing down. I cannot wait to see it. That is going to be absolutely amazing. By the way, that interview that we just saw, I mean, how cool are those two guys?
In their own unique way, pretty different.
Yeah.
And yet both, like, calm, in their element, just doing their thing.
So happy for them for qualifying for the World Championships. Big congratulations to Lars and Impact for qualifying. First custom bot, qualified, amazing. All right, let's go to Cage 1. We are loading in, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for Steggy and Honeyfied. And by the way, Minor Threat 5, they're going to qualify regardless of the outcome. So congratulations to Minor Threat 5. That is fantastic news. I can't wait to see this matchup, though. 2 amazing teams. University builds, educational teams, and this is going to be an incredible fight.
And look at that. That's not Floop in Cage 1 anymore. That looks like Flo to me.
Well, good. Floop probably has some, therapy to go through after being chased around by that weapon.
I hope it's some combat training to instead of flee, fight,
Think about what Floop's been through today. Lost his glasses.
Which is devastating.
Getting
Absolutely
hit in the face.
Devastating.
Horrible.
Who hits a glasses wearer in the face?
I mean, that is just terrifying. And then chased by Slam Plan, who's trying to rip off their only thing that can turn them off. Horrible.
And these housebots aren't allowed to just slam into the robots that are fighting in their cages unless the robots are clearly trying to turn them off. And then they have the authority to beat on one of these 12 or 30 pounders, and I was excited for that, and I was hoping it would happen. So Floop couldn't pull it off. Maybe Flo can.
I'm just glad Floop's getting a much-needed break. Mental health is important, even for house robots, so good for them.
And for, people associated with house robots, fighting robots in general, pretty much everyone.
You just don't want to have to order another one of those switches. Let's go to our friends in the booth to call this action. Luke and Ricky, how you doing, fellas?
Doing well. Now, some of the pressure is taken off here because both Honeyfied and Steggy have already qualified for the 2024 championship. Honeyfied taking home a golden dumpster in June, and Steggy still searching for its first golden dumpster of its career. Now, Steggy here is from the University of Florida, built by John Flack. This is a modular robot. He runs both a drum configuration and an undercutter, and running a very interesting cam lifter with just one fork.
Yeah, it's a different kind of strategy, but we've seen that a few times today where only one of the forks is really in play anyway. So maybe it won't hold them back that much. You know, a well-driven single fork cam lifter can still be a big factor in a fight. Meanwhile, looking over in the blue square,
5,
Honeyfied
4,
has been pretty
3,
fierce.
2,
doling out some bigger hits than their shape might suggest.
Yeah, Honeyfied here run by Team Honeycrack from Maryland, which is an educational robotics club. And yeah, golden dumpster winner. Would love to win a second one. Ripping out part of that wheel guard there, Ricky.
Yeah, that one side is now completely exposed, and they tack it directly with the help of the cam. Oh, they are tied together. That is a bad spot for Honeyfied.
I think they speared their own cam lifter.
They did. That house spot is going to come in, but what a predicament. No, that is not the way to get them free. Although it might work out anyway, but yes, it has worked out. What luck.
Incredible. Well, they've burned up their one unstick here, yeah?
Yeah, but they have not burnt up that weapon motor, and that's the bigger deal right now. They are struggling to drive in a straight line. They're crab walking across the arena. But Steggy ain't no spring chicken right now either. It is really struggling to move. It's essentially upside down.
Wow, tearing
with
off
pieces of plastic rubbing against the ground. The wheels on the right-hand side, right-hand side as we look at it, really struggling to turn. But that weapon, listen to that weapon. That is still a dangerous robot.
Wow, popping up one of those wheels on Steggy.
This is some of the best crab walking we've seen today, Luke. Honeyfied is really able to put itself wherever it wants, even on a single wheel. Oh, and now it's a little bit hung up on that divot in the floor.
Honeyfied is trying to crab walk its way around and show that it has translational movement. You've got to show that you can move forward.
Meanwhile,
backward.
Steggy is just strafing left and right with its nose up against the arena wall.
It really looks like Steggy can't go backwards because it's lost 2 of its wheels, Ricky.
Yeah, the wheels are just barely twitching. I think that's going to be the fight. Yes, it is.
Wow.
They have called this for Honeyfied. They will be continuing on towards that golden dumpster glory at the end of the day. Meanwhile, Steggy, no slouch. They're going home with a invitation to the championship at the end of the year, but their dreams of an October golden dumpster have just slipped through their fingers.
Wow. You know, you could really see Team Honeycracked, their dominance, their kind of ascendant dominance here at NHRL is really due to their 30-pound cage that they have there in Hollywood, Maryland. They're able to run 12 and 30-pound robots and test them throughout the month in between competitions, and it's really giving them a leg up on the competition.
And it's a big reason for their kind of dominance of the region. They're pulling in some of the best talent from all across the state, even the the tri-state area around it, because there just aren't that many 30-pound cages. You got to remember, even just a few years ago, the fact that NHRL had one 30-pound cage, it was one of only a few in the country.
Yeah.
And they certainly weren't running events all the time or had open event hours for people to show up and experiment.
Yeah.
Just a few years ago, the idea that you would get to practice safely with your 30-pound robot was almost unheard of.
Yeah. You'd have to be some kind of search engine billionaire or something.
Yeah, you would have to. Oh boy, you would have to have like a parent that owns a chain of hotels.
Yeah.
Or some other sort of amazing.
You'd have to have
legacy.
access to some kind of restaurant in Pennsylvania where you might be able to just run.
Potentially Texas.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Yeah, really any state, but absolutely incredible privilege it is for them to have this arena available to them, and it shows in the box. We are going to head back to the desk, get ready for the next fight.
I don't know what those two were referencing. I'm going to have to use Lycos to figure it out.
Oh my God, you obviously... Oh, let's move on.
All right, fair enough. Listen, so one of the stories that I think is not getting covered enough in the 12-pound division, what is Jake Hoffman doing at these 12-pound fights all the time, and why is he betraying his beloved Ohio for Maryland? We're going to keep that news in your eyes, and we're going to keep reporting on that as those facts come in.
They do have the connecting railroad.
Really?
B&O, I think, at Baltimore and Ohio.
Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense now that you mention it. Okay, fair enough. B&O Railroad, that is the connection. We figured it out. Never mind. So anyway, Honeyfied moves on into the semifinals. They will be facing off with either Minor Threat 5 or Bjorn. Minor Threat 5 is a Brazilian-style robot in many ways.
Neither of those seem fun to fight.
No, it's small, it's compact, it hits hard, but Bjorn is a Brazilian robot. This thing is incredibly powerful. It looks so small in the box because it is so dense, so well built, and championship team driving it. Minor Threat 5 qualified for the World Championships. Nobody's surprised there.
No.
At this point, looking at it, I have no idea who's going to come out here with the dumpster, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was one of these two robots.
It's, oh man, it's too tough to give it to either of them. So let's head over to cage 1, where these robots are loaded in now.
Now keep in mind just the rock, paper, scissors of this. If Honeyfied does move on into the finals against Slam Plan, that is not so great for them. All right, here we go. Minor Threat 5 wins, Son of Cram qualifies, Bjorn wins, Bjorn qualifies. Now keep in mind, this is Bjorn's first event. They have no record, right? So they have to win in order to qualify for the World Championships right now. This is do or die for them.
Their most crucial match of the day. Without this one, everything else doesn't matter.
Absolutely. I really, really am rooting for them in this particular case, but this is no slouch that they're going up against.
Let's go ahead and head on over to Ricky and Luke to call this one from the booth.
Sam, always so nice to be called on to duty by you. I think this is going to be a fun fight. What do you think, Luke?
Yeah, the Brazilians here, they still have two robots alive in the competition. They would love to escape this fight, but they have a huge barrier here in Minor Threat 5. Now, this is a robot that predates NHRL. It's been running all over the country for years, and it is one of the most feared kind of legacy robots in combat robotics.
Yeah, some designs just work, and Minor Threat has been putting years and years of effort into making sure that they just work every time they're in the box. This is a dialed-in machine. This is the kind of thing where an eighth of an inch in some dimension is probably a thought about design consideration. It is such a level of refinement compared to many robots, and it is sure to come into play here in this fight.
You can see just how absolutely compact this 12-pounder is here in Bjorn. And this is the very Brazilian style of design, really kind of enveloping the robot in this plastic armor skirt with a smaller metal body inside that keeps all of the internals safe. It's one of those things that keeps the robot continuing to run for all 3 minutes, typically, and really is one of their secrets to success. Their matches typically go the full distance.
Yeah, it will be really interesting to see. I've also been looking eagerly. They're sponsored by Hobbywing, which is a group I've worked with before. Really interesting products. They haven't been used as much in the last few years in combat robotics. We've kind of moved away from them to some other more bespoke combat robotics parts and a lot of designs. Really interesting to see them back here in the box, see if they hold up. For something that's made for RC cars and for drones,
4,
and supposed to be very plug and play, the fact that it can keep up this long is pretty impressive.
Fight, robots, fight.
The way we go, both robots off to a cautious start, but Minor Threat 5 decisively winning the first interaction.
Yeah, and Bjorn getting stuck on the cam lifter run by Jeff Waters here for Minor Threat 5.
Big pieces coming out of the side of Bjorn, but immediately having a good hit opportunity on Minor Threat 5 and taking it.
But you can see that Minor Threat 5 has cleaved through part of the fork on its mini-bot, but it is beginning to tear away at that plastic armor skirt on Bjorn, really intent on getting... Wow!
Yeah, the front wedgelet on the front of Bjorn is bent up, and I believe there's a couple of pieces laying on the ground, so both of these robots are really taking damage.
That was a good almost 10-second pin here from Jeff Waters and that cam lifter.
Wow, that is huge pieces of that robot. The armor has just been completely peeled off the right side of Bjorn. Minor Threat is systematically disassembling Bjorn. This is tactical and it's brutal, and it's not letting up until that robot stops moving.
And the Brazilians go for the tap out. Your winner here is Luke Grell and Minor Threat 5, forcing the tap out with surgical precision. Minor Threat 5 has still got it in 2024, Ricky.
Impressive. It is so cool. Every now and then you see a robot that just has this incredible legacy behind it.
Yeah.
And to see a robot like Minor Threat 5 not just keeping up, but kicking butt all day.
Yeah.
Really, really cool. Like, it's, I'm not quite of the generation, but I guarantee you that there are builders here today who once, drove to a Pennsylvania farm expo, saw Minor Threat 2 or earlier fight, and said, wow, that is incredible. I'm going to do that.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look here at this replay. We just saw incredible balance, I would say, from Minor Threat 5. Really just able to stay planted to the floor and winning most of these weapon-to-weapon exchanges.
And that back and forth right there, it was a great hit from Bjorn on Minor Threat 5, and Minor Threat 5 shrugged it off and just punched it right back in the face. That's as close to a no-sell as you're going to get in the combat robotics world. That moment when you punch the bad guy and the bad guy just like takes off their sunglasses and looks at you angrily, we just saw that in the box.
Yeah. Really great mini-botting too from Jeff Waters, who was able to keep Bjorn off of its pace, really kind of up in the air more often than on its feet, and giving Luke Grell the openings and the opportunities to come in, rip off that armor package, and eat away at the body of his opponent.
Yeah, and for a Brazilian robot, that is a ton of body damage. You think these are very dense robots. For there to be that amount of material taken off means you weren't just cutting through foam or padding or something. You were cutting through a lot of material.
Yeah.
So each one of those hits, even bigger than it might have seemed on screen.
Team Troia from Brazil still has their 30-pounder alive in the competition, but this is the last NHRL match of the year for Team Troia's 12-pounder, Bjorn. And Bjorn will very likely not advance to the championship. Minor Threat 5 will be in the championship 2 ways, qualifying earlier tonight, but also qualifying through this match. We're going to send it back to the desk.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our qualifying rounds. The quarterfinals is over. That was absolutely insanity in the 12-pound division. Beautiful work by Minor Threat 5 there.
Not what I was expecting there.
Not what I was
But
expecting.
still fun to watch.
At all. That was just experience and pedigree on display in that matchup. Absolutely incredible. So let's set up our 30-pound bracket. Here's a highlight fight from this bracket earlier today. So this was Warhard.
And a pair of Kazaa lights. And I know this one had roof shots in it.
Yeah, quite a few. We saw them hit the roof.
Boom,
like
there
that.
was one.
Yeah.
Oh, Flames too. This fight, so good.
You just saw the frame of Kazaa compact in on itself after that impact.
The tap out on one side, the handshake on the other. So good. All right, in the 30-pound bracket, who we have left at the top, it's B-Force, and they're up against Ares. And in the bottom half, Warhard, Double XL, and Pegasus, all the way from Brazil.
Powered by True Finals. Absolutely amazing. All right, so 30s are going to be an intense matchup. We very well may see a rematch between Warhard XXL and Ares, and that did not go the way of Ares last time. This is going to be amazing. In my mind, this is Warhard XXL's tournament to lose.
Oh, you and Luke both, it sounds like.
It's hard to deny. I mean, they are coming in hot. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about the 12-pound bracket, which we just finished. This is Minor Threat 5. We just saw this matchup. Absolutely incredible.
Just dismantling Bjorn here, the Brazilian drum spinner, super dense, but hit by hit, piece by piece, Minor Threat 5 was just able to take it apart. No doubt that the tee-ups from their mini-bod there, driven by Jeff Waters, absolutely contributed towards that success, but it was nice watching parts fly all over the arena.
Yeah, they won most of those weapon-to-weapon engagements as well. Luke Grell, an amazing driver. We've got Doppelgator versus Slam Plan, and Honeyfied taking on Minor Threat 5 in that next matchup. It is going to be very interesting to see who ends up in the finals here and how those rock, paper, scissors dynamics of combat robotics work out with this side of the bracket, with one very powerful horizontal still left in here.
But all of those robots fit underneath Slam Plan.
Yeah, they all fit underneath Slam Plan, who has taken out a powerful horizontal already today with 2 hits. 2 hits done. Absolutely incredible. Slam Plan, in my mind, is the bot to watch, the dark horse of that 12-pound bracket. Absolutely insane performances today. And the only thing I have to say about it, absolutely big fan of Slam Plan and the business cat, Brendan Steele. All right. So that's our 12-pound bracket. We're going to recap those 3-pounders in just a minute. But first, we are almost ready for our first 30-pound semi-final matchup. It's going to be B-Force versus Ares in Cage 1. Big bot action. Ares is an amazing bot from MIT, and B-Force, an incredible force from the Honeycrack team. This is going to be an incredible matchup. Whew. Who do you got?
B-Force, it's the multi, right?
Yep. It's a force apiece.
I struggle to put my confidence behind a multi-bot when they're going up against such a powerful vertical spinner.
Sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to meet our competitors. Leading us off from Team Honeycracked, it's B-Force! Amazing team. Loving that jacket, by the way. Looking snazzy. Ready for the championships. These bots have been on an absolute tear today. All right, let's meet our next competitor from Team MIT, it's Aries!
Right.
Yes, I assure you, we are entertained. I love this robot. Okay, this is going to be a matchup of vertical spinners. B-Force is, of course, a multi-bot configuration. They have been absolutely dominating today with their tracked wheels, but they are going up against probably the second hardest hitting bot still left in this division, Aries. Aries is a balanced bot. It's driven exceptionally well. It's four-wheel drive, and that vert hits so hard.
All right, the crowd is getting hyped for this one.
Yeah, never count out Team Honeycracked in any situation.
And that's Cody and Zoe are driving this one. They're a husband and wife duo. They know each other well. I'm sure they've driven these bots together many, many times, and they're gonna bring all that stuff that they practice on right into this cage. If any multi-bot can do it against a big, messed up, heavy hitting spinner, it's them. But here's the tale of the tape.
All right, so we've got Zoe Lambert. She's from Hollywood, Maryland. Vertical spinners, it's 4.5 pounds per weapon, right? But over on the other side with Aries, you've got Ryan Duarte. They're from Chula Vista, California. The beater bar spinner is 8 pounds. I am absolutely amazing. So in the head-to-head matchup, we've got one win from Aries back in June of this year.
All right, let's head on over to the booth with Ricky and Luke to call this fight.
Thank you, Sam. This is really going to be something. We know the weapon on Aries really packs a punch. And of course, going up against a multi-bot, any hit is going to send their opponent flying. So this is going to be a test of driving skill for B-Force in the blue corner, sorry, in the red corner, going up against Aries in the blue corner.
Fight, robots,
Away
fight.
we go. Very careful start.
You can hear how heavy that weapon is on Aries.
Huge hits. Oh, an excellent pin by half of B-Force. Unfortunately, the other half is already suffering drive issues and just barely able to crab walk. Only going to be able to hold that pin a moment.
Wow, just tossing these robots around like it's child's play here. Aries, that huge
loose.
heavy weapon, wow. Just stripping off that drive on B-Force.
Yeah, this match is all but over. A huge amount of smoke coming out of B-Force now. Barely a limp left on the other half. I think they're going to do a tap out. They're going to do a tap out. That is the end. Your winner is Aries. That had to be a perfect match. And there was a, I don't know if it was quite a mistake, but there was something that went not their way earlier in the match, and that was it. There was no coming back from that.
Now Aries advances to the finals and will face off against the winner of Warhard XXL and Pegasus, two incredibly powerful robots there in the 30s.
We could potentially take a look at that first exchange and compare it to the second exchange. It was a very distinctive difference. The difference you see when these things go head-to-head versus any kind of, angular advantage is really substantial. So
I'm really loving Team MIT's story this season. This was a team that was gutted by COVID. All of the students that ran the MIT Combat Robotics team, they all graduated during COVID. And so when, in-person restrictions were lifted and a new crop of MIT students came in, there was very little institutional knowledge to transfer to this new group of students. They built Aries. This was their very first combat robot together as a team, and they are doing great here with this robot. Back to you on the desk.
Thank you so much, Luke. That was absolute insanity. What a wonderful performance by that MIT team. Absolutely love it. Also, just noticed there's a flaming squirrel on the front of their shirts. Think that's pretty interesting.
Oh.
In the meantime, let's go up to the pits where we're going to talk to Dima Papazian. Dima, how's it going up there? What a day for you.
It's going okay. There's no way I can express how happy I am for qualifying for World Finals. But I'm not done. There's at least one more match yet. Hopefully 2, the last one against my brother.
Yep.
But right now, I have to get ready to beat one of the GOATs, Monkfish.
Absolutely.
So how do you think I feel?
Dima, what are you doing to prepare for Monkfish?
I'm kissing Turbo Fiend a lot, so he knows that I care about him.
Yes, that's important.
Yes.
Yeah. We have a special config for him that is built to handle horizontal spinners, undercutters, the kind of weapon type that Monkfish is going to try to hit me with. I've actually faced Monkfish before at a different tournament in New Jersey. It did not go my way, but I learned a lot, and I have been fed a lot of tactical information from a lot of builders around in the pit. And I really hope that it's enough to get me over the finish line.
And Dima, do you find getting fed information from all over the pits is helpful, or it's just too much noise?
There could not be enough noise. Everybody has a unique perspective. Some of them you just want to do the opposite of if you know your bot better than they do. And then sometimes they will give you physics info that you just don't know. And then you think to yourself, maybe I should spin the weapon different. Maybe I should try this. Maybe I should drive like this. All that advice made me really confident, but it's also tons of pats on the back and tons of support from everybody who really wants me to win. It's kind of weird being an underdog, but everybody wants you to win still. Is that what an underdog is? I don't know.
Yes. That's like the definition. Yes.
It's not weird at all. It just feels weird. Everybody in the pits is so nice. Everybody who's not been in the pits, you don't know how nice it is. Everybody's a golden beacon of friendship. And they all want me to win really bad. So I got to.
Dima, we want you to win really bad. There is one other question that I have for you. I've been saying all day, I don't see anyone in this bracket that could take out your brother. Do you see anyone in this bracket that could take out your brother today?
I think I'm up to the task.
All
right. That's what I like to hear.
Okay, well, we hope to find out.
All right, absolutely amazing. Well, you've got a big challenge in the way first. You've got a Monkfish to take down. Don't feed the fish.
Yeah, I got a fish I got to try really hard not to feed.
Yeah, all right. That's what we like to hear, Dima. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for taking the time out of your very busy schedule and getting this bot ready. It looks fantastic. Good luck, my friend.
Thank you for having me.
Break
I'm
some
just
legs.
kissing my bot right here.
Dima Papazian, one of the most charming people I have met today. Absolutely love her. That is amazing. By the way, what a story the Papazians are. Like, a rise this year, just absolutely incredible, right? They go from literal obscurity to, like, biggest names in the sport, right up there among some of the top people in the 3-pound division within a year.
Kyle, I think we saw a sparkle of this before it became the shooting star that it is with the little purple guy.
The little purple guy.
I'm pretty sure that was a Dima robot.
I'm pretty sure that was. Yes, absolutely right. And I love that they're siblings that work together. They mini-bot for each other. They help with their designs. I would say that Dima has the more meta design, Mako the more meta braking design. They are an incredible team, and I love them so much. They're just such nice people and just wholesome, good energy from up in the pits. I love what she said, that everyone up here is a beacon of friendship.
Yeah.
That is so cute.
Lovely.
Absolutely adorable.
Heartwarming.
Yeah, absolutely adorable. All right, so I cannot wait to get to the 3-pound bracket, but in the meantime, we are still working our way through this 30-pound division.
And they're cleaning the cage in cage 1 for some more big bots to throw down in there, but these big bots, they make a mess in that cage.
So let's talk a little bit about Warhard XXL.
Ooh, okay.
And Pegasus. Pegasus, this is their first time here in NHRL. Oh, don't worry, no big deal. They just made it to the semifinals, their first time walking in the door at the most competitive event we've had so far. Yeah, all right, maybe they're just, a fluke, who knows? But I don't think so. This bot has been on a tear today, perfectly driven, beautiful machine, but they have to take on, I feel like, a bot that is peaking today, right?
Yeah, this is like maybe the third or fourth tournament for Warhard Double XL, and they've dialed it in. They've worked it out. They've figured it out.
It's today. They started out not even being able to get into the box, right? That is their first tournament. Couldn't even get this thing through safety.
And they were hyped up then.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked beautiful. Everybody was walking by that bot on the pit table being like, what is this? Absolutely incredible. Second tournament they come to, they're winning fights, but their drive is not really dialed in. Now they're looking absolutely terrifying. So, without any further ado and delay, it is time to meet our competitors for our next matchup. Up first,
we've got Warhard Double XL.
Absolutely incredible. Let's get a round of applause for Warhard! Jonathan Juarez coming to you from Texas. It's a family affair, coming in with his son. This bot is going to be amazing to watch. It hits hard, it drives fast. It's everything you want to see. But they've got quite a task in front of them, quite a pedigree in front of them. A world championship team from Brazil. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, put your hands together from Brazil, Pegasus! They have embraced the multi-bot configuration. They are ready to go. Look at the size disparity between these bots.
And it looks like too many bots for Warhard. Is that correct? Let's find out. All right, we've got the tail of the tape. On the left, Warhard Double XL from Jonathan Juarez from Houston, Texas. He's got a big old beater bar on that with a 3-inch reach, and it weighs 9.5 pounds. Davi Pereira from Lavras, Brazil was rocking a drum on Pegasus, and it's only got 1.5 inches of reach, and it's 7 pounds. So a little bit smaller weapon on Pegasus, a bit more girth on that Warhard Double XL weapon. Let's send it to the booth with Luke and Ricky.
Now, the winner of this match, Ricky, will advance to the finals where they will face off against Team MIT and Ares. Now, the 3 remaining robots here, which will soon be the 2 remaining robots, are all very powerful vertical spinners.
Yeah, we have narrowed down the breadth of designs quite a bit. Man, what a reward for winning this fight to have to face down Ares up next.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I would really enjoy an Ares Warhard match as the final match. 2 absolutely devastating hitters going against each other weapon to weapon. We'll see if that happens. Right now, we've got Warhard lining up in the red square, getting ready to go, and Pegasus laying in wait in the blue square, ready to go at a moment's notice. Brazil versus the USA. Drama versus Egg Beater. Power versus power.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots,
Away
fight.
we go. Interesting drive issues right off the bat from Pegasus.
Wow! Huge weapon-to-weapon hit there.
Pegasus having trouble moving.
Oh
Look at that!
God! Popping the top off of Pegasus, your winner's Warhard XXL.
This is, man, once you pop,
and the battery is going there in the box. Incredible power from Jonathan Juarez and Warhard XXL.
They're going to try to cool that off with the fire extinguisher. It does seem to have worked, which is, at least helped. But mostly they're going to let that battery stop smoking and maybe maybe hit it with a little another fire extinguisher blast or two to keep it cool. That was, you can hear them yelling in the background. That was for the Emperor. What a hit. Look at the carnage here. Look at the damage.
So the really interesting thing that happened here, Ricky, is the Brazilians, they build their robots very compact. And so when Jonathan came and hit the back of the robot, it compressed all of the guts so much that the only place for them to go was through the top.
Up and out. Absolutely. I think even more so, they caught an edge. That's a solid aluminum top plate, or steel maybe, but it's a solid metal top plate on that robot. You catch one little edge, it's like popping the cap on a bottle of root beer.
Yeah.
You know, it just snaps up into the air, all that pressure behind it, sends it flying.
Compressed biscuits, like...
Actually, yes, that's not a bad way to look at it at all. You want some, like, quick, ready-to-go, delicious, flaky, buttery biscuits?
Yeah.
Pop open a robot. Look at all the flaky layers in that lipo.
Oh, it's delicious. It's delicious. I'm going to have Jonathan come over to my house, you know, the next time I need to open up a can of Pillsbury biscuits or something. And he can just spin up his weapon.
No, they are going to let this clear out. This is going to take a little bit of time. There's only so much you can do. You can try to put it out, and sometimes you saw it work for a little bit. It cooled it down. But these battery failures tend to cascade. They take a little bit. Look how stern Warheart is. They're just staring down the mangled remains of their opponent.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can see that at home. I don't think we can, but they're just looming ominously on the other side of the arena looking at their handiwork. It's stunning. Like, I don't know why this is sticking with me, Luke, but it looks like it's saying, yeah. Oh, see there, that's the next cell in the line going up.
Yeah, we can count. We can see if this is a 4S or a 6S.
Yeah, actually, that would be interesting to know. We've had 3 go so far, maybe 4. Well, you can count there. 1, 2, 3, and the 4th one is under failure now. Yeah.
Yeah, this battery is rapidly unspooling. You know, Jonathan Juarez, he's a pretty constrained builder in that, like, you know, he's pretty stoic.
Luke,
when he
I think
wins.
this is where all his emotion comes out.
Yeah.
It's just sheer violence for other inanimate objects.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would want to be his toaster. We're going to go to a replay here.
Oh, it's
Take
delightful.
a look. You can see right off the bat, well, we will be able to see whenever we start moving. There we go. Big hit.
Huge hit.
Now, see, I would say Pegasus won that exchange. So good on them. But it
really
does not move afterwards. Loads them up, rips off the top, and that's all she wrote. What's interesting, too, that battery did not take a direct hit.
Yeah.
It just got damaged in the
It got compressed,
debatteration.
Ricky.
Yeah, it did.
That
and away
biscuit
it
came
goes.
out deformed, Ricky.
And a plume worthy of Vesuvius entering our arena. Our exhaust fans have got to be running overtime. Oh, look. Well, you can't see at home. We've just noticed the, I think, last cell in the stack has started to go up.
Are we going to take bets on whether we're going to see some fire here, Ricky?
No, so here's what happens. Usually, when it all goes up at once, when all of these batteries cells start to overheat simultaneously, enough heat builds up that it flashes over and a fire begins. But when it does this kind of one by one by one by one, that's actually shedding a lot of energy. It's putting the heat off into the arena, and it decreases the chance that it'll actually flame to any meaningful amount. So either way, it's safe. It's in a arena that is venting the smoke and controlling any fire. But it does decrease the chance of actual visible flames, for better or for worse.
Yeah, for new fans of NHRL, or if you haven't joined us here before, we have a negative air pressure system in the box that's so powerful that you can stand on a ladder and put your wallet and keys and phone up there, and it's just stuck to the ceiling, Ricky. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I have been...
Wow, okay, it was maybe more than a 4S battery, Ricky.
I guess it was.
Look at that. God, I feel like I'm at a Willie Nelson concert.
Now it's interesting, too. You see each...
We have one Willie Nelson fan.
I heard one woo in the stand. Okay, I think that's about it for this battery. They'll let that smoke clear down a little bit. They'll take the remains. They'll whisk it away in a wonderful sealed and sand-lined bucket, take it outside, and then they can get this match, or this arena ready for the next fight. Boy, that is a lot of smoke, though. Look, you can see just on the edge of the screen how it's kind of swirling as it gets picked up by our air system.
Yeah, very cool.
We're going to go to Lindsay. Hopefully she's not standing by in a gas mask.
Ricky, I can't tell you the screamed that I screamed. It was watching the hit. The first hit that Warhard delivered was massive. That second hit, in borrowing a word from Lars Elliott, he described it as vile. It was one of the scariest things I have ever seen. We are obviously still dealing with the aftermath here. Batteries on fire, making sure everything is dealt with safely, of course. I was speaking with Jonathan, after the match was over, and he was like, there's a fan over there. I feel like I'm cheating, but I know I'm not. And, if there were steroids for robots, I would be asking questions right now. Obviously not the case, so he just has a robot that's that good. And if I was his opponent, I would be terrified. If Matt Boris is watching at home with emulsifier, I wonder if he's terrified, because I think he should be. I think there's a new 30-pound challenger for the championships this year, and I think it's going to be Warhard XXL. So yeah, we're still dealing with the fire here, as you can see behind me. We have Jim in the spacesuit. Oh, geez, remember. And yeah, I feel like I'm in the way, so I'm going to move and throw it back to you.
That is right. Jim Haney in a spacesuit is exactly what we all need to see in this trying time. It just makes me feel safer, in general, I feel better about the state of our world with Jim Haney in a spacesuit.
Absolutely, and it still fits him after all these years.
Okay, that hit was insane, but I will say, good on Jonathan Juarez for helping out Team Troya by making their return to Brazil a little bit lighter by destroying that battery for them and several other internals of that bot. It is going to make the trip back just a little bit easier. Packing up is a little simpler going home.
It's just a matter of perspective. And right now, we've broken up the snow shovel. That's a rare tool used in Cage Crew cleanup. But man, that hit, I must admit, I physically reacted to that hit in a way that...
Yeah, it's hard not to when you're in the same room as what that was.
I may have knocked some equipment over on the desk, but so worth it.
So it's in the bucket. The lid's going on the bucket to deprive it of oxygen. And then the bucket goes immediately outside so that it can finish burning out safely and away from our audience. By the way, fun fact, when lithium polymer batteries catch on fire, the only thing you could do is just let them burn.
Which is unfortunate. I guess if they're not in a negative pressure system contained arena, and even sometimes when they are in there.
Yeah, that's procedure. Just bring it outside and let it burn till it's completely cool and safe. And then you can deposit it safely into the nearest trash receptacle.
And Kyle, it looks like the arena has cleared out of all the smoke for the most part. All right, but let's check out this replay. There you go. The top plate just got sent. Maybe barely a nick on one of those 6 cells, and that was enough to spark it up like Luke's Willie Nelson concert.
All right, there are levels to this sport. right?
Yeah.
Does this put Warhard XXL on the same level as Emulsifier?
No.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, Emulsifier has the hardware.
Yeah.
And Warhard Double XL is a hungry upstart.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's moving up the ranks. It is peaking, I think, at this event. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how those World Championships go. That's where we're going to see the levels of this sport really play out. That's going to be fascinating. Either way, congratulations to Jonathan Juarez creating highlight-worthy moments at this event. That was absolutely insane. So that means in our 30-pound bracket, your dumpster championship for tonight is going to be a rematch between Ares and Warhard XXL. And by the way, I watched the first one of those, and it was not pretty. Not pretty at all.
This one's not pretty either. I like these not pretty fights. I like bots hitting the plastic up in the top corner. Oh, I love the smoke. I love it all.
That fight ended with Ares in a crumpled mess in the corner of the arena and Warhard driving in circles. So
that sounds good to me.
Let's see how that goes. That was an absolute insane banger earlier today, and we get to see the rematch. What will the MIT team do to change the outcome of that fight? You know, what can they do?
At this point, there's not too much they can do to the bot itself, so they just have to change their approach in the ring.
And what do you think that is? Is it the tried and true, I don't know, drive around to the side of them method?
I think whatever they did last time,
do that.
Yeah, just different from that.
Yeah.
And then you got to figure it out from there.
Fair. Yeah. This is an amazing day for Jonathan Juarez and Warhard XXL. I am extremely excited to see how this matchup ends for them. Either way, making it to the finals, absolutely incredible, and qualifying for the World Championship all in the same day, possibly leaving here today with the Golden Dumpster and the prize money.
That's so much winning.
So much winning.
I don't know. Qualifying the dumpster, your kid's here with you. Like,
oh, right.
how
and
much?
His son's here today. Yeah, for the first time in like forever. That's amazing. Wow, Jonathan, you're having a great day. You can smile, buddy. You can actually, yeah. I want you to. I want you to.
You know, it wouldn't be terrible if the MIT team stopped them in their tracks.
It would kind of be be terrible.
I mean, he's in the World Championships. That's the big deal.
No, he did. Yeah, I mean, he's already won enough today. A Golden Dumpster would literally just be the cherry on top of a delicious sundae of a day.
All right.
All right, let's do an update. All right, so we showed you the 30-pound and the 12-pound brackets. That leaves just one bracket to go over, so let's look at what's left in the 3-pound division. Here's one of the featured fights that we saw earlier with Mako and Impact, an absolute devastating matchup.
I just noticed the mirror match for the minis, just one prong difference between the two of them. But this was an attrition battle. Both weapons eventually went down on Mako and Impact. We had some really extreme tapping going on, some decent pins. Chunks went flying.
Yeah, there goes the saw blade off of Mako. And the aggressive tapping at the end is definitely the look you want to show the judges at the end of the matchup.
That might have even made a slight indentation.
It's just showing if I still had a blade, you'd be in big trouble. All right, so check it out. We've got Demo Papazian and Turbo Fiend up top. They're going up against a Monkfish, scary. And then down in the bottom of the bracket, you've got Supreme Ruler taking on Mako, two kind of control bots with some very big damage capability down in that bottom bracket. Oh, yeah. I love the design variety in this bracket, right? You've got verticals, you've got horizontals, you've got control bots, you've got overhead saw bots. This is everything you could possibly want in a final bracket. The final four is going to be absolutely incredible. So that's coming up next. But first, we do have the ridiculousness that is a Havoc challenge to show you guys.
Oh, boy.
So, Sam, what are we looking at here?
Oh, we are looking at the culmination of at least 4 solid days of work in the form of it all started with a message from NHRL founder Austin. Let's blow up a pumpkin on stream. And well, that evolved and shifted and twisted and the cruel realities of building a robot in such a short period of time. And it all got dumped on our brand new henchman over there. And what he created was a pumpkin robot.
So wait, you hazed the new guy by making him make a robot out of a pumpkin?
Yeah, in like 4 days.
Okay. Yeah. There could be worse henchman hazings, I suppose.
Oh, there are.
there have been. There have been worse ones. Okay, fair enough.
And for this pumpkin's opponent, we've got a few special house bots that have been Halloweenified, I guess you could say.
Okay.
So let's meet everybody, Kyle.
Let's bring them out right now, all together. Ladies and gentlemen, your Havoc Challenge. Let's go.
All right, there is Colin Foster, the new henchman, pulling out Jack, the pumpkin bot.
Is that a real pumpkin?
That is a real pumpkin. It had seeds in it at one point and guts. You can see the top just coming right off.
Yeah, just like a Jacko. This is ridiculous. What have you guys been doing?
Oh, you know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Colin has had some late nights working on this robot.
It's got pumpkin armor.
It's got pumpkin armor. It's got some weapons, too.
Okay. Yeah.
It's got some lights.
What is he lighting in there? What is going on?
I don't know. What was a jack-o'-lantern without a light inside? And we've got our fancy new Halloween house bots.
Yeah, spooky season indeed. Look at this.
All right, now Colin is just getting all up in those pumpkin guts. I can see a fruit fly on that pumpkin. That's how you know it's real. As it gets pushed into the center of the arena.
So wait, are you saying that he cut open this pumpkin 4 days ago, or did he start like other components?
Oh, he started with the other stuff, you know, start in the middle, work your way out. But the pumpkin has been carved for a few days now.
Yeah, okay, fair enough, fair enough.
Which means its armor is technically softer than it could be, as it experiences pumpkin rot. Oh, Kyle, we also got some weapons for the house bots.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
They never get to play with weapons.
Yeah, so maybe they can do some carving on Jack. Maybe, I don't know.
This is this is actually horrific. This is so scary. What did you guys? Okay, fair enough.
Oh, I see a lot of tip covers on all those knives. I hope they come off. Oh, yes, and they are.
Oh, look, gently removing the tip covers. I love this.
Only the finest magnets to hold on blades on your cube-shaped robots designed to stab knives into a pumpkin robot. And there's Jack, looking kind of sour and angry, all top-heavy like. And he's out into the center of the arena. That's perfect. We're going to have each house bot in a corner. We've got a pair of Bretts in there, a Bert, and a Bart.
Okay. So it's knives out.
Knives out for this one for sure. Do you think that they could carve the pumpkin? Do you think they could do it?
No, there's no these things can barely get a bot out of a corner. What are you talking about? They're just going to stab it. Maybe thrash it about a bit. There's no carving happening.
Kyle, my vision. Of course they're going to carve it.
My vision.
Okay. Don't let Colin hear this, but how fast do you think it's going to be before that pumpkin tips over?
I don't know. I'm really excited. Are those just rare earth magnets holding these knives onto the bots? Is that what that is?
Yes.
I love this. This is so ridiculous. Thank you so much for making this happen. Also, why do I feel less safe about this than like 300-mile-per-hour weapons spinning inside of this box? What is it in my body that's like, nope, this is unsafe. Nothing about this feels good.
Do you remember the last knife robot we had around All-Stars?
Yes, absolutely.
And how it ended up sticking into the arena wall? Oh my gosh. All right, beautiful.
So this is this is
four,
how vegetarians take out their aggression?
2, 1.
I guess so.
Fight, robots, fight.
What was that seeds?
Yeah, oh man.
That's seeds falling out of that pumpkin. What is happening here? That's fire!
Oh yeah, Kyle, it has a flamethrower too.
All right. I like that this bot is organic.
Oh no!
Oh no!
It was a possibility the whole time.
Oh no, and now it's just being stabbed in the top over and over and over again.
Oh, it's got some wheels on the ground though. Oh, the house bots could work to put it back on its feet, but you know that's not their specialty. Oh no! Yes, they're getting better, Kyle.
Oh, that's so good. Oh, I love this. Why on earth did we not get the rights tonight by smashing pumpkins for this? I don't understand, but...
Yes, it's still flaming.
Fire to the sky from the flamethrowing pumpkin. I love it.
That is a beautiful flame on that
It is actually.
flamethrower.
It's really nice.
I know that there were some struggles with that flamethrower, and we might have called in a ringer in the form of Alex Grant.
Oh, yeah, he knows a thing or two. Okay, fair.
I think Jack might have pinned the Frankenhouse bot.
Only one of these bots still has a knife out. The rest of, yeah, in the back.
Oh, it looks like the pumpkin house bot has a knife still on its head. Maybe we can get some...
I like it. I
Oh
like
my
it.
goodness.
The pumpkin is smashed. The flamethrower is still functional, and these wheels are never touching the ground ever again. Yeah. Yeah. Not surprised.
All right, that was something.
So I stand corrected. Clearly, that is carved.
There you go. My vision.
Oh, that's delightful. Thank you, henchmen, for putting this really just ridiculous thing together for us. This is what we all wanted. We wanted you to make this huge mess and then have to sweep pumpkin seeds out of the box.
Yeah, explaining to a new henchman that they're going to work for maybe 30, 40 plus hours in the course of 3 or 4 days for 2 minutes in the cage, and then it just is a pile of rubble and goop and nothingness.
Yeah.
But that's art, baby.
Yeah, and be proud, new henchman. Your flamethrower worked the whole time.
Yeah, longer than the pumpkin armor worked.
Yeah. And you fed some fruit flies.
For months to come.
All right. Well, there's knives, pumpkin seeds, pumpkin, and the remnants of flame all over the box. So congratulations, making a huge mess. Let's watch a replay.
Okay, there you can see some triple teaming action on Jack as he tips over for the first time, loses his top, but continues to do that solid flame. He's already spilled the seeds, and what is this sound effects? Ooh, it's so spooky as he's a torch, a beacon to all the ghosts in the area. Stay away, ghosts and ghouls. This is robot territory. And the ghosts see the beacon and they stay away, and the housebots, mostly some of them work, but none of them had their knives stay in the pumpkin, which would have been totally cool if that had happened. But big ups to the cage crew for cleaning up this mess after that one.
Yeah, that was a little bit much. Well, all right, big mess to clean up. Lots of seeds everywhere.
Grabbing all the knives back into a box. Don't want to forget a knife in the cage. That could really have a strange influence on another fight. Imagine.
I swear, if a pumpkin seed gets sucked into a speed controller, I'm blaming you.
You can blame me all you want, but you can blame me all you want. It's not going to change anything. Oh, Josh, come on. Thank you for presenting us with this fruit fly magnet. Yeah, this is. Thank you. And here we are, true. This is peak robot armor, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
and
organic, certified organic robot armor. You gotta love it.
I think it already has dead fruit flies on it. This would be illegal in a proper match. You're not allowed to have organic stuff outside of like wood, but anything that could rot in a cage is
Not
a no-go.
allowed.
So that's why this one was a Havoc challenge, because when we make the robots,
you can break the rules.
Yeah.
Like by putting jet engines on them and such. I get it. Yeah, makes sense.
This is heavy though, Kyle. Feel how heavy this is.
Yeah, it's that is dense.
That
yeah.
robot was like 80 pounds.
I get it. That makes sense.
All right, and now we can remove this completely from the desk. Thank you so much to someone off screen for coming and grabbing this pumpkin. We really appreciate it.
It's not happening. No one's coming. You're stuck. This is yours now.
All right.
You have to keep it in front of you.
Oh, wait. Oh,
you
wait.
have to name the fruit flies as they get attached to it.
Thanks, producer Colby.
Thanks, Colby. Yeah, that's definitely Colby's job description, collecting pumpkin guts.
Well, it looks like, is that one of those seeds sprouting in the arena already?
What? Is that what you're worried about? The seed sprouting?
Yeah, and like going up to the clouds, and then we climb up there and meet a giant.
Those are bean seeds.
Oh,
You're thinking beans. These are pumpkins. They don't grow tall. All right, so let's go to our play-by-play experts to talk about that matchup and see what they have to say about, well...
Everything?
Everything.
I mean, I want to start with the pumpkin, Ricky.
Yeah, let's not bury the lead here.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
It shot flames.
Yeah.
Up into the air.
It was gorgeous.
It pooped seeds everywhere.
Highly effective. I want to see that pumpkin again, Sam.
It survived knifing reasonably well. It fell over a lot.
Now, in a related vein, we've seen some of the very best fights of the entire year here at this last chance qualifier.
It's funny how those things go together.
Yeah, yeah.
Would you say that they were
robots.
smashing?
Smashing? Yeah, seeds going all over the place. It's
beautiful.
Great.
Yeah, no, it's been great. We've had some of the strangest robot, let's say, trajectories over the course of today.
Yeah.
Again, it is the end of the year. This is your last chance to get in. These are going to be your seasoned veterans who haven't made it happen, going against the people who are just doing whatever they can at the last minute before it's too late in the year to get another event in. They're going to head to head, and we're going to see everything we've seen today leading up to the incredible finals that we've got later in the evening.
This really sets the stage, though, for the championship as well.
It
mean,
does.
when you see this caliber of competition here at a qualifier, and to imagine that the very best 12 robots from every single qualifying event are coming back in December, there's just going to be totally explosive action there. This format really allows us to find the very best robots on the planet and bring them all together for this really high-stakes championship.
You know what's interesting, Luke, is it feels like every time we have an event, a different meta, not necessarily a different meta, but a different vibe rises to the top. Today's vibe, big, heavy hitters.
Yeah.
They seem to be what's rising to the top, so that's where we're going to get our nice big crop of heavy hitters when we get to the championships in December. So with that, we're going to get queued up for some more fights, I think. Guys at the desk, you want to take it away? Kyle and Sam?
So happy to take it away. Ricky, you look just so delightful today, spooky and festive, and I always want to compliment the style icon that is Ricky Willems. All right, we are now moving on to the semi-finals in the 3-pound bracket. This has been a really weird story getting here, but we have two amazing competitors, so let's meet them now. First up, it is Rachel and Monkfish!
All right. Her sweet baby.
This is a scary horizontal spinner that skitters towards its opponents, causing havoc, and very sharp blades cause destruction on any TPU on your bot. I love this bot. It's so weird.
I like that carrying case. That's really cool.
Yeah, that's the safety. That's what keeps that blade
That's
in place.
awesome.
Isn't that nice?
Super custom, keeps the feet off the ground.
Super
weapon
professional.
locked.
All right, so next up, their competitor. It is not a friend. It is, in fact, a turbo feed! Dima Papazian with her brother Julian. So happy that she has made it this far in the competition, qualifying for the World Championships, but now facing off against her toughest challenge yet. So excited for this matchup. Look at that anti-horizontal configuration on that weapon. This is going to be fantastic.
I hope Dima kissed this robot enough to give it what it needs to take on Monkfish.
All right, let's look at the tail of the tape, Sam. Go right ahead.
All right, Turbo Fiend. We're driven by Dima from New London, Connecticut. It's a vertical spinner and ranked 33 with a 14-2 record. On the other side, we have Monkfish from Rachel de Guzman in Ann Arbor, Michigan. A horizontal spinner that's ranked 15th with an impressive 17-2 record.
This is going to be a really amazing matchup. Let's go to our friends in the play-by-play booth, Ricky and Luke. Let's call this fight.
All right.
Here we go. We were talking about heavy hitters earlier. Heavy in every sense of the word is Monkfish. This, of course, is a shuffle drive robot with a pretty darn big bar underneath of it and the body mass to like back up those hits. Yeah, I love Monkfish, Luke. I can't help it. Yeah, I love Monkfish. You talk me out of it here.
No, I won't. I love Monkfish too. But the Papazians here are an absolute force here in 2024.
4, 3.
This is the furthest that Dima has ever gotten in this competition. And standing in her way is Rachel de Guzman and Monkfish.
Turbo Fiend is going to be really interesting. They have so much plastic on the front of their robot. It's so delectable to an undercutter like Turbo Fiend. It's going to be about durability here, Luke. Can they survive enough hits without taking structural damage so that they can actually chew into Monkfish?
Monkfish is one of those robots where the second that you get within its radius, it is chewing into something on your robot. And it is really loves to face off against a wheeled opponent. Loves to ride up on top of a vert and eat away at that weapon housing. It is devastatingly effective because its weapon rarely ever goes down.
Not just that, but there's no inversion here. This robot can drive just fine upside down and gets back into its preferred position very quickly. So it is in a relentless onslaught with Monkfish. That said, it's not unstoppable. There are ways to get around this. Chief among them, you just need to be really durable. If you don't outlast those first few big hits from Monkfish, you're not going to get a chance to take them out later in the game.
It does look like the weapon is a little intermittent there on Monkfish.
Well, it's spending so much time in a not normal orientation. You got to
Yeah.
be careful spinning up your weapon when it's pushing against the floor or the walls.
One of the things that we listen for is the efficiency of these weapons. When you don't hear like a lot of noise in the box, it usually means that these weapons are pretty well tuned. Either that or one of the weapons is dead and the other weapon is pretty well tuned, Ricky.
Right. There's always the possibility. It's just broken. But yeah, Turbo Fiend, I assume from the learnings that have come from Mako in part, really runs that motor nice and smooth. That is like a gentle white noise generator compared to the death hums here on some robots.
Yeah. I'm watching the weapon on Monkfish going up and down. It's running now, but it's bumping along the floor.
And remember, Luke, that is stressing the motor. That's stressing the motor controller. It can only do that for so long before something breaks.
40 seconds left, and I see that there is little bits of black plastic being sprayed around inside the box.
That is the tire, the little bits of black plastic. There is a tire missing from Turbo Fiend's smaller half. I don't think that's the source of most of the black plastic, though. Could be part of the source.
Yeah.
Oh, the weapon now on Monkfish only barely moving. This very well could. This is a perfectly driven match by Turbo Fiend. They've done incredibly well. And if that weapon does prove to be down, Turbo Fiend probably has this in the bag.
Amazing.
So it's all going to come down to a functionality test here after the fight is over. Oh, but man, did you see that, Luke? Turbo Fiend left inverted and immobile in the last seconds of that fight. Not a good look to go to the judges with. Oh,
Ricky, you're a last look guy. I love this.
I'm absolutely a last look
Monkfish's
guy.
weapon is down. It's been shoved around inside the box, but oh no, Turbo Fiend is slightly askew. Ricky is ripping up his prediction cards.
Yeah, it's such a big visceral response to how a match goes.
Yeah.
You know, how are you going to leave the arena? And frankly, it's not a big part of the judging criteria at this point, but it does affect people. You can't deny the effect it has people. So we're going to go into a replay. We're going to look at some of the highlight moments here. Again, look at this control that Turbo Fiend exhibits throughout the entire match. It's very reserved. It's very careful. It's able to self-right itself quickly, and then it's able to get that plow, wedge, orange shape, whatever you want to call it, under its opponent consistently, and that's able to stop Monkfish's weapon, and they're really able to control the entire match. So, again, incredible kudos to the Papazians. That is an expertly driven match against a very, very tough robot. We're going to go to Chris in the pits. Maybe he's got a little more information for us. Chris, how you doing?
Hey guys, I'm standing over the primetime pit desk of Jonathan Juarez and Warhard XXL. Up until only a few moments ago, this bot was in two separate pieces, and you are coming up right now on your final match against Ares. Here's a really interesting dichotomy that I just spotted. Right over here in this direction, you have an entire squad of MIT engineers and their bot Ares. And then over here, you have Jonathan Juarez and a new face here. I know you've been here once before. You are Jonathan's son. What's your name?
Dylan.
How hands are you on helping your dad out with the bot?
He does most of the work on the big one.
Are you an official member of the team? Are you ever going to run your own bot?
I run my own bot a couple times.
I had a bot called Ty here.
Ty?
Did really well.
So, you were just showing me this a moment ago, Jonathan. This is your titanium shaft for your weapon. And if you can see kind of up close here, look at what happened with one huge impact. You sheared a titanium bolt off on the inside of the shaft. You had a spare, obviously, that you have in there now. Any other damage that you sustained in the last match?
On the last match, not at all. I just finished charging the batteries. That was the only thing I saw missing. And a couple screws got loose, so I'll take care of that.
Any thoughts in the final match here? I mean, this is pretty much for the dumpster. We have two teams that are definitely going to the World Championships.
So early this morning, me and Aries actually we fought. It went very well from my side. I'm planning on doing the same thing, just weapon to weapon, and just go from there.
Rinse and repeat. Any advice for your dad?
Win.
You heard him, Dad. Win. All right, back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Chris. That's some great advice from his son.
Yeah, that is some good advice from his son. Now listen, I don't know how that's going to go. It is crazy to see the work disparity between those two teams.
And
right?
the father and the son.
Well, fair. But that is a lot, I mean, of people with hands-on in Aries. A much smaller bot, by the way. That is going to be a really interesting matchup. The first time they went off against each other today, it did not go the way of Aries. Hopefully that team has some tricks up their sleeve, and it does seem like Warhard XXL is a little bit worse for the wear after its onslaught today.
If you're shearing bolts in your weapon shaft, then you probably have something not just to repair in the moment, but maybe there's something up with your design. Some of the loads aren't supported where they need to be.
Oh, interesting. Or the Brazilians just hit real hard.
You know, that also could be the case.
All right, so that 30-pound bracket is looking real crazy, but we do have one more semifinal matchup in the 3-pound division to talk about. It is going to be Supreme Ruler versus yet another Papazian, Mako and Julian Papazian. Let's go ahead and meet our competitors right now. Coming out first, it's Julian Papazian and Mako! This overhead attack bot is bringing Sawbots back into prominence, making Sawbots great again. Not hammer saws, no, no, no. It is the classic Sawbot design. Gotta love it. And their opponent, from Las Vegas, it's Jeff Waters and Supreme Ruler! Bringing the heat, bringing the tiniest amount of lift.
Oh, looks like some extended barbs on the cam lifters on
Yeah,
Supreme
we've
Ruler
seen
there.
so many different cam lifter attachments from Supreme Ruler today. I love the variety. Also, how did he get those here from Vegas?
I don't think he shipped them because I would have received them.
Yeah, no, did he really, like, did he put those in a carry-on? Like, what is happening here?
I think you gotta check
You gotta,
sharps.
yeah, you gotta
and
check that
carry
bag.
on lipos.
And did you notice the full titanium butter knife on the front of the mini bot there?
Yeah, that supposedly titanium is the best metal for your butter knives because when you heat it up, it cuts through butter so well.
Perfect. I love that. I love that for them.
And you know, I think this is a good matchup. I feel like both robots are kind of weak to each other's weapons.
That is sharpened, isn't it? The butter knife.
I mean,
I think they actually sharpened it.
Why not?
Okay. I love this sport. Let's go ahead and send this to our friends in the play-by-play booth. Ricky, Luke, take us away.
You guys are all chuckles tonight, and I can't blame you. This is a fun matchup, isn't it, Luke?
Yeah, this is a big moment here for Julian Papazian and Mako, running this absolutely punishing overhead saw. He would love to puncture his opponents and potentially rupture one of these gas tanks here.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is one of the few robots that can slice deep into an opponent. And the gas tanks and Supreme Ruler, both sections of the multibot, are not that deep into the robot. This saw blade on Mako is fully capable of just cleaving one open.
You can see some of this anti-flame tape here on Mako, which should potentially keep the bot running for longer, but there's a lot of 3D printing on both of these robots.
Yeah, it'll definitely slow things down, but the downside that we've seen with this tape is once it does get hot, it stays hot longer.
Right.
So it's a little bit of a trade-off. Are you worried about getting hit with a quick blast?
Yes.
Or do you think you are? Yes, you are. Or are you going to sit there baking for a minute? And especially with a multi-bot, maybe baking for a minute and then getting a break
4,
is still
3,
okay. So we'll have to see.
1.
Fight, robots,
Oh,
fight.
zippy start here for Mako.
Yeah, Mako's so quick.
Mako really
good
wants to cut
barbecue.
into this top plate here immediately.
Oh, that's a big slice into the ground from Mako. That's a dangerous situation.
But now in 2 fights in a row, we have not seen the flamethrower running on Supreme Ruler's mini-bot here. And it looks like the saw is not going very fast on Mako or at all, Ricky.
Yeah, it really probably took a beating with that hit to the floor. That'll short out a motor real fast. You know, you go, oh, there it is.
Here we go.
And a
Wow.
nice deep slice on Supreme Ruler.
Wow, that's 2 big slices on the top plate here.
Oh, there's the mini-bot flaming up.
Okay, there we go.
It's just a little sleepy.
Yeah. The fork helps it, Ricky.
I think so. You mean the knife, right?
Oh yeah, the knife. The knife-shaped fork, Ricky.
The fork-shaped, yeah, exactly. No, this is, oh, there's that thermal cam. Look at the heat.
Wow. It's amazing. The paint is a different color.
Yeah, it's true. Well, it's funny how that works. But yeah, you can hear that spinning up again. Mako taking shot after shot. Only has landed a few so far. Oh, that mini-bot is a great place to hit.
Fantastic popping the mini-bot in the air. Mako is in the fight of its life. 1:25 left here.
Yeah,
Still
just a
haven't
little-
been able to cut through any of that plastic and explode a battery, explode one of these tanks.
It's, you know, you feel like these robots aren't that large, but there's different areas, and it's hard to hit the right ones.
The thing that I love about an overhead
Look at
saw,
those
ooh,
sparks!
shower of sparks.
That titanium is just raining down around the arena.
Wow, incredible. Yeah, one of the great things about having an overhead saw is that even if you're stuck in a pin, you're able to attack your opponents just by moving your saw all the way into the back position.
Yeah. Yeah, those degrees of freedom really come in and give you options in a tight situation.
Wow, it's a double pin catching both the mini-bot and the main bot on Mako.
Yeah, very impressive. Again, incredible control bot driver in Jeff Waters. He really does a good job. He's not giving up any ground he doesn't have to make it.
20 seconds left here in this fight. Mako trying to rack up as much damage as possible here. But Supreme Ruler is just such a wide boy here, just able to capture both of its opponents and push them up against the rail as we enter the last 5 seconds of this match.
This will be going to the judges. I think there's some pretty clear dominance on display, but this is still a very good showing from both of these robots.
You can see Julian there. Ooh, not sure about that. This could be a close judge's call here. Now we are waiting for 2 judges' decisions. We have Monkfish versus Turbo Fiend, and now Supreme Ruler versus Mako. The judges are going to be deciding who the finals are going to be between. Is it going to be an all-Papazian affair, or could it be Supreme Ruler versus Monkfish? Some kind of combination. Let's go into a replay here and check this fight out. This was a messy fight, Ricky. There was a lot of control shown by all of these robots. Supreme Ruler, though, with its extremely wide body and this kind of theatrical fire, really was able to put on a great display here of control.
Yeah, absolutely. It was back and forth, and what really stuck with me in terms of control was Supreme Ruler's ability to use both sides, both pieces of its multi-bot, one of which is not a control bot at all, to control the fight. They could easily take their opponent and control both sections of the multi-bot with one of theirs or both of theirs and just keep the fight at the pace they wanted it to go at. And that really shows off the talent of Jeff Waters and his co-driver. So we're going to head back to the desk, get a little bit more information. Sam and Kyle, take it away.
Hello, Kyle.
I am really freaked out by how this is turning out to be two very stressful judges' decisions in this 3-pound bracket.
But
we have the first one ready to go. All right, deep breath. Your winner, Dima Papazian and TurboFin!
Oh, man.
The underdog takes it. That's what I love to see. Let's go. Oh my gosh, that is so amazing. That means that your dumpster challenger is going to be Turbo Fiend in the finals of the 3-pound division. Will they be facing off against Supreme Ruler or her brother Julian and Mako? I am so excited.
Do you think knowing the results of that fight would have changed how they fought against Supreme Ruler?
No.
You don't?
No, not even a little bit.
Okay.
What else can you do against Supreme Ruler? They got a good slice in there.
I guess every fight you're bringing it as hard as you can, so it doesn't
the
matter
saw
if like
wasn't sawing as
Yeah.
good as we've seen it saw in the past. It went through a really rough fight before that. You know, that's a tough way to go up against a bot that can get under you. All right, so let's go to Lindsay, who's got that winner right there.
I am here with Dima, who was just pronounced the winner in that fight with Monkfish. So, I mean, first of all, congratulations. I love it. Now, you were both like kind of these unconventional wide robots. What was your thought going into that match? How were you going to handle fighting Rachel and Monkfish?
I fought Monkfish once before, and it didn't go my way. I approached it differently, and I knew I had to hit her many, many, many times and juggle her around and never give her a chance to breathe. I did just good enough of a job of that, I think, and I'm really, really excited. That didn't seem like a possibility until I really believed that it was, and then it was.
And then it was. What an exciting match. And you were here last month, and you were so close to qualifying. Now, not only have you qualified, but you're going to the final match of today, maybe against Mako. We don't know. What's your thought? I mean, I know you don't know for sure who you're fighting, but like, whoa, you're going to the finals. How do you feel?
Ready to fight. That's the only thing you can be for grand finals. I think like what the young kids say is that I'm locked in. Yeah, I'm locked in. That's how I feel.
Locked in. Way to go. All right. Good luck in the pits, and we'll see you in the next match.
Locked in indeed, Dima Papazian. That is amazing. I love it. All right, let's check in with Chris up in the pits. Chris, how's it going up there?
Good. Just a few moments ago, I brought you over to the Warhard XXL camp and Jonathan Juarez, and now we see the other half of the coin. Next to me here is Ryan Duarte, MIT, with Aries behind me, and this whole MIT contingent. Now, this is a repeat of a fight that we've had earlier today. I got to ask you, you guys appear to be dialed in. He's dialed in. Is there a change up coming to your strategy?
Yeah, we're going to try and do less aerial attacks. What that means, we'll find out, but hopefully it goes a different direction. It's just going to be entertaining either way, and we're looking forward to it.
Do you think you have a drive style in mind to help keep your feet on the ground for more of the fight?
Don't go box rush weapon to weapon. I think it's a little self-explanatory, but probably shouldn't do that.
You got a huge team of support here behind you. I love the uniforms and the enthusiasm. It's so great to have MIT back in the sport. Give us a shout out to the program and to some of your teammates.
Yeah, I mean, this happens because of all the work from these people behind me. I did next to nothing to get Aries ready for this one because of Budget Boy. Aries is working as good as it is because of all the work everyone here and back home put in to get ready for this event and to get us through a lot of brutal matches. So, yeah, absolutely, like, thanks to everyone there. That's the reason why this is happening.
Well, regardless, it sounds like no matter the outcome of this next match, you're also going to be here in the World Championships. Any changes that you would expect to add to Aries between now and December?
Yeah, we're probably going to change a few things based on some of the things we learned from the Warhard fight. I don't want to do too much because we haven't finalized anything just yet, but expect to see a couple things that are different.
2 fights against Warhard today, very possibly another fight against Warhard in December. So you got your work cut out for you, but it seems like you got a good support network back here.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's the only way we can keep coming back at Warhard. That's exactly why we can do it. Yeah.
Well, good luck. Drive fast. Take chances. Back to you guys.
Can I say one last thing?
Oh, wait, hold on. Come back.
Mom, Dad, I love you guys. Thank you so much. Hi from Connecticut. Cool. That's it.
Okay. All right. That was adorable. But now we go to anxiety, okay? So the 3-pound bracket has one more judge's decision to find out who's actually going to be fighting in the final. Is it going to be Supreme Ruler? Is it going to be Mako? The judge's decision is in, and here it is. Your winner, Jeff Waters, Supreme Ruler. No surprise there. Excellent driving match from Jeff and his team. That bot deserves every inch of this, so we will see Supreme Ruler versus the Turbo Fiend in the final of the 3-pound bracket when we get back to 3-pound action later on tonight. Absolutely amazing job by Jeff Waters and his team, keeping that bot up and running. Man, through a lot of attrition this evening.
Certainly. Oh, I was curious who the mini-bot drivers would have been if Dima and Julian faced each other in the finals.
There would be none. It would just be
simple.
Simple. A simple, clean story.
Sounds nice.
With no mini-bots. It does sound
Something
nice.
to look forward to, maybe.
Right? Maybe. But yes, that is how the 3-pound bracket is shook out. I think nobody is surprised to see Supreme Ruler there, right? They've got a pedigree. I mean, this is a bot that has won championships in the past. But Turbo Fiend.
Right?
I mean, come on. Talk about an underdog story. So happy for Dima Papazian. Absolutely incredible. And the fact that her brother won last time and she's winning, she's gotten to the finals this time around. So excited. All right. Well, with the
meantime,
3-pound all dialed in, let's go to the 12-pound bracket, ladies and gentlemen. Time to meet our next competitors. First up, it's Doppelganger. This is a dual weapon beast of a machine. 2 vertical spinners, so much damage potential, and just a dash of Florida man energy.
Sometimes that's what it takes, Kyle.
You gotta love it. Absolutely incredible. This is the semifinal round, and their opponent. And next up, it's the business cat himself, Brendan Steele and Slam Plane! Fist to the air. Team Huge is in the building.
Peter and Jonathan behind him. What a team he's brought out.
You gotta love it. Yeah, that's absolutely right. They brought him onto Team Huge a few years ago. What a great addition to that team. He is an absolutely amazing competitor. Let's check out the tail of the tape.
Let's do it. Okay, we've got Doppelganger, driven by Brooke Silver from Melbourne, Florida. It's a double beater with a 6-4 record and a 2-inch weapon reach. On the slam pan side is Brendan Steele as the driver from Cleveland, Ohio. It's a vertical spinner with those big wheels and a 4-0 record. A 6-inch weapon reach, Kyle.
Yeah, that is terrifying. This bot is designed to take on bots like Doppelganger. It's gonna be a tough matchup for the team from Florida, but I can't wait to see how this shakes out. Let's go to the play-by-play action with Ricky and Luke in the booth.
Now, Ricky, one of the big things I'm looking for is exposed belts on Doppelganger.
Yeah, and you know what? They are there.
Yeah.
But they are not an easy target.
Okay. Well, I mean, they're so close to one another, Ricky.
That's a good point. Any advantage that you're going to get.
You might slice right across the front.
You might. Or maybe a little more juicy, tempting of an option, slice right across the back if you can drive over sideways.
Oh, interesting.
Then you don't even have a big risk.
Let's not give Brendan any ideas here, Ricky. Let's
can
not
he hear
affect.
us?
No, he
No,
can't.
okay, perfect. I bet he can.
No, he's going to hear our commentary tomorrow.
Yeah.
When he watches this back.
Well, the best commentary.
It's like, oh, I should have gone over the back.
Oh, man. Bet that hasn't occurred to him or Jonathan Schultz or Peter or any of the other people who have driven those style robots for far longer than anyone else on the planet. Away we go. Slam Plant coming out of the blue corner, going up against Doppelganger out of the red. Very quiet match so far. This is interesting.
Yeah.
There it is, starting to spin up now.
Here we go. It sounds like a swarm of angry bees, Ricky.
It does. Now, I see that the mini-bot on Doppelganger seems to be almost impervious. It's so low that it's very hard to hit by Slam Plant. It's going to be difficult. Perhaps they're going to lead with that and only attack with the main part of Doppelganger when Slam Plant is, otherwise disadvantaged.
Yeah.
It's not a bad strategy. It's something that we haven't seen very often. The downside is what we're seeing right now. That's going to look terrible to the judges. Doppelganger essentially running away from Slam Plant. It's the opposite of aggression.
Yeah, Slam Plant here, really the aggressor here, trying to catch its opponent, snipe one or both of those belts. But Doppelganger's inability or unwillingness so far to go weapon to weapon is not great. Whoa, there we go.
A big, big hit right there. Immediate drive side issues on the left side of Doppelganger. Limping hard. Oh, there you go. It is just tall enough for Slam Plant to hit, it seems. The mini-bot now loaded into the corner.
Wow, he's trying to cut this mini-bot in half here.
It may well do it, but I think it's got a more tasty target lurking around the rest of the arena right now. That's a tap out. Your winner is going to be Slam Plant. Headed to the finals.
Easy, Ricky. He made that look easy.
He did. That was breaking no sweat, whatever. This is going to be another thing where Brendan's heading upstairs. He's charging the batteries.
Yeah.
He's checking for wear and tear.
Yeah.
But damage-wise, he can shrug this off.
Now, Business Cat, a.k.a. Brendan Steele, has advanced to the finals here in the 12s and will face the winner of Honeyfied versus Minor Threat 5. Honeyfied, there is a horizontal, and Minor Threat 5, of course, is a vert.
Now, if you're sitting here, you're Slam Plant, you're really hoping that Minor Threat 5 brings that home. There are ways to deal with horizontals, but that is the natural predator to the big wheel robot. So they're going to do the best to put those energies in the world and manifest a victory by Minor Threat 5. In the meantime, we're going to go to a replay, look at some highlights from this match. That big hit there is really all she wrote. At that point, the drive side goes mostly ineffective, if not completely down. And there's really no coming back from that when you have an uninjured, lethal, high-speed big wheel robot to face down. So that is your fight recap. I think we're going to be headed back to the desk after a few well-earned high fives from Brandon Steele.
All right, I'm still curious. What is Jake Hoffman doing at the arena?
Yo, I think he's scoping out all these good 12-pounders. I can't figure it out any other way.
I mean, I guess this time he's actually supporting his Ohio brethren, but like, it's just, if there's a 12-pound fight, he's there.
Yeah, look at that big camera too. Get all the details.
You're right. He's out there scouting right now, scouting the competition. Amazing performance by Brendan Steele, the Business Cat. That was absolutely incredible. Look at this robot. I mean, not a visible scratch on it.
No, it's felt easy for him.
It really has. He has been so confident coming into this competition, and every ounce of that confidence is warranted This bot is a beast. I love to see it.
Yeah, he knows it.
He knows it. His mom and dad are here to support him, as well as his friends from Team Huge.
They've got a great sign.
That's exactly right. You gotta love it. And his friends from Team Huge are here. This is shaping up to be an incredible night for him. Moving on to the finals. Yeah, there they are. Mom and dad absolutely proud of their boy. Caution, proud parents in the stand, ladies and gentlemen. You gotta love it.
You know, Kyle, that photo is of him in a different caution stripe t-shirt. He owns multiple of these.
And then he will face off against either Honeyfied or Minor Threat 5 in the next round. Those are both amazing competitors. I think he's probably hoping for a Minor Threat 5 just based on the paper, rock, scissors, but he already took out an arguably more powerful horizontal spinner earlier tonight when taking on Caldera 12. Absolutely amazing performance. Let's get some more cage side with Lindsay.
I am here with the business cat himself, Brendan Steele. Brendan, it has been a couple of years since you were last here. We have been impatiently waiting your return. And you've upgraded from a waggle stick on Ramplan to now this monstrous beast of a kinetic weapon. Why did you switch, and how do you feel being back?
I'm going to be honest. Ramplan is technically my second robot ever. My first robot ever was Big-ish, which is a 12-pound version of Huge. And this is sort of the next iteration of it. So I've come back to the big wheel design now that I've had some experience with Team Huge at BattleBots. So awesome. And now I'm kicking butt with it.
You've always been very confident, and I think it's well earned with this robot. It's really nice to have your parents in the crowd. How does it feel, like having them being able to watch you achieve this success?
It's great, honestly. I really appreciate them coming out here. I know this is kind of a lot, but I appreciate it so much.
Now, I don't think you've taken much damage, maybe the whole day, but go head up to the pits. I know you have a final match to prepare for, so good luck, congrats, and we'll see you in the next match.
Thank you so much. I'm going to start my stopwatch right now.
20 minutes. All right, let's go.
All right, so if you're Brendan Steele and you're either preparing for Honeyfied or Minor Threat 5,
yeah,
what are you doing to your bot right
now? Probably nothing.
Probably nothing. He doesn't have to do a darn thing to it. He's got to charge those batteries, make sure all the tape's stuck down on the top, I guess.
Yeah, maybe re-staple the tread on your wheels or something, but I mean, his configuration is going to be determined based on his opponent, so until he knows that,
Does he have multiple? I don't think he has multiple
maybe there's like a different wheel style that he might want to try out.
No.
Something with Tegris?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah. It's way easier to not fix anything, that's for sure. It's way more relaxing when you're in the pits to not be doing desperate repairs or config swaps.
This has been an absolute banner day for Brendan Steele. It's amazing to me to like leave this league for as long as he has and then come back and just be so dominant. Usually the progression in this sport is so fast that leaving for a while is almost guaranteeing yourself to not be competitive when you come back.
Yeah.
And he walks back at the door, he's like, honey, I'm home. Be afraid. And it is a horror story for all of his competitors. Absolutely amazing performance from Brendan Steele, the business cat himself. I can't wait to see that 12-pound final.
All these finals are going to be so good, Kyle.
Well, we got to see who he's facing off against. So it's time for our final semifinal fight of the evening. Here are our competitors. Up first, it is Lucas Grell and Minor Threat 5!
There it is, the vertical spinner from Vegas.
This bot is an absolute powerhouse. And next up, from Team Honeycracked, it is Honeyfied!
Liam King knows what he's doing with this one. He knows how to fight verts. He's got the experience. He's got the bot that can take the hits. All right, the builders are turning these robots on.
Is part of the safety on Honeyfied a glove? That's hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, when your spinning weapon gets all dinged up and can be very sharp after a fight.
Yeah, all the little nicks. All right. Let's go check out the tail of the tape.
All right, we've got Honeyfied from Dominic Mussolino from Hollywood, Maryland. It's a horizontal spinner at 253 miles per hour and 2.1 pounds. On Minor Threat 5, it's Luke Grell from Duluth, Minnesota. It's a vertical spinner as well at 230 miles per hour, but a bit heavier at 2.8 pounds. Let's send this one to the booth with Luke and Ricky.
All right, we are getting ready. You've got Minor Threat 5 lining up in the blue corner. Honeyfied lurking in the red. This is going to be a big, heavy-hitting fight. Honeyfied, solidly impressive weapon, and Minor Threat 5, not that big a diameter, but this is probably one of the, how shall we say, most efficient kinetic energy transfer systems, if we want to get technical, in the game. That is a robot that can impart a lot of energy from its weapon into its opponent almost every single time. So we're going to see some robots flying. If they're flying upwards, Minor Threat is winning. If they're flying sideways, Honeyfied is winning.
Yeah, and if they're flying at all, then all of us are winning.
You got
5, 4.
If they stay in their corners, then we all lose.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, tentative start for both robots.
And the physics here really favor Minor Threat 5. This first impact is really going to show us a lot about the direction of this fight.
Yeah, it's all... Oh, that's interesting. That looked like they were kind of baiting Minor Threat 5. And that was a good exchange for Honeyfied. That's what they want to see. They want to see their opponent bounce backwards and a little bit to the side. Wow!
Here we go.
As a high contrast, that is not what they want to see. That weapon is bent up. It is still spinning. It's still functional, but there was some serious damage in that exchange.
Wow,
another
big hit. Honeyfied there, 2 hits in a row, spending quite a bit of time in the air.
That was a little better for Honeyfied, but their weapon has now stopped. It's really hard to tank those over and over again without blowing a bearing, a belt, something. But there it goes. It's back up to speed again. This is incredible durability for a horizontal spinner. That's the move they wanted.
Wow.
They need to take advantage of it. They need to get in there. They're going to use the unstick. Chew them apart. Oh, that's perfectly played, Luke. They waited until the unstick was called and then went in to chew on the rear end of Minor Threat 5, excuse me.
Fully legal?
Fully legal. You are allowed to do that. You are allowed to wait for the unstick to be called and then do what you can to stop it. Oh my
another big
gosh! And the weapon's still going, but the drive is stopped.
Yeah. 75 seconds left here, and Honeyfied is slowly dying here.
I see the weapon belt a little loose. It's still on Honeyfied, but that is going to be the end of the match. I almost guarantee it.
They're calling for an unstick, Ricky.
They are. It's possible that could jostle something loose.
They're thinking maybe they're high-centered on something.
They're almost certainly not high-centered, but sometimes.
There's incredible optimism in the box, Ricky.
Well, I shouldn't crush dreams.
Hope springs eternal, Ricky.
Manifest the future you want to see.
You can see
in
that
the
little
world.
wheel going, but it's ineffective. It's up against the rail. The house spot left them up on the rail, Ricky.
That is actually kind of impressive. It is in just the wrong spot.
Wow, your
That
winner
is your
here
prize.
is Minor Threat 5. Minor Threat 5 will be advancing to the finals and facing off against Slam Plan.
It was an excellent fight. Really impressed by the durability of Honeyfied in those hits.
Now, the really exciting thing here, though, at least for Brendan, is that he's been chewing through verts all day long. And no matter who wins here in the 12s, we're going to be seeing a brand new Golden Dumpster winner.
Yeah,
so Luke
true.
Grell has not won a Golden Dumpster yet. This will be the first Golden Dumpster for Brendan as well. So very exciting for one of these builders. Let's take a look at a replay.
I'm gonna hop in here. You can see that is the first pour exchange that Honeyfied had. It won the first 1.5, the glancing one and the bigger one. And after that, it just never retains stability in these exchanges. This was its kind of one moment for redemption.
Yeah.
In the corner, it nuzzles just a little bit. It tries to attack before the house bot gets over there, isn't able to capitalize on it, and it was all downhill.
That's one of those moments that the builder of Honeyfied is probably going to replay back in their mind where they say, should I have attacked those wheels in that moment? Should I have tried to keep the fight going? Should I have showed aggression there in that moment? Maybe I could have ripped off a wheel and really kind of the trajectory of the fight would have forked, perhaps.
It is so hard, Luke, with a horizontal spinner to do those sort of exacting hits because you go flying so often and it can put you in a bad position real fast. So we're going to head back to the desk. They're going to queue us up, figure out what else is going on in the building. Guys, take it away.
Wow. Did that fight go the way you thought it would?
I didn't really have a vision of which way it would go, but after the hits started flying, it made sense to me.
Yeah,
it
fair,
added up.
Fair. I will say Brendan Steele has to be very pleased with that outcome just for the rock, paper, scissors factor of that fight.
Everything's going to Slam Plan.
Yeah, everything's going according to a Slam Plan. How interesting. How interesting how that's working out. So that is our 12-pound bracket. We now have our finals in all 3 weight classes. Very excited to see how the rest of this evening shakes out.
Yeah.
The next up, it's going to be a Havoc Challenge.
Ooh.
So this is going to be an interesting one. Sam, can you talk us through whatever you people are serving up to us right now?
Okay, this one, how do I explain it? Okay, you know Positively Hysterical?
Of course, yes.
Okay, did you see its configurations for this tournament?
Yeah, it had some weird weapons and flamethrowers and kind of more competitive designs I saw.
Yeah, and there's 4 different ones. And so we're going to throw them all in the ring. And you know Alex Grant, right? He built a Dutch oven.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, he's built a bot that will end up as part of our fleet for our robot driving experience. And Kyle, it happens to have a flamethrower on it.
No,
Yeah,
Alex
believe
built
it or
a
not.
flamethrower?
Believe it or not. So we're going to get the cow in the cage. We're going to get the cats in the cage with the cow. And we're going to see what happens.
Ah. All right, well, let's go ahead and meet our competitors right now. Guys, come on out.
I hear the cowbell. All right, there's Daisy with the pink ears. Tom Farkas is pulling out all the paws for this one. Kyle, do you want to go ahead and try and determine which paws is which?
All right, so we have the hammer claw overhead saw, which is causatively hysterical. We have the flamethrower, which is positively hell-hysterical. We have the beater bar, which is extra positive. And then we have the lifter, which is hysterically strong.
When we're going in the 3-pound cage for this one, that's a surprise.
It's a choice. It's a choice. It seems like a lot of fire for one cage, but we'll see.
Yeah.
And by the way, look how cute Daisy is.
She's really cute. And compared to paws too, like they hold up. They could be two peas in a pod.
I love this. Okay, so many different configurations on pause, all of them very competitive versions of pause. Moo indeed. Those are self-writing ears on Daisy, by the way.
I think they also stoke the flames.
I love to see it. There's the eternal Tom Farkas.
Yes. He kept looking at my neck earlier. I was like, Tom, what's going on
It's inappropriate.
here?
We need to call Henchman HR, please. Thank you.
Oh, I wish that existed.
And you can see Tom brought out a bunch of friends to help him drive all of these paws.
Yeah, he just doesn't have enough hands to do it all.
Could you sync all of the paws to one controller so they all just kind of like...
You could. It would be a mess in the cage. You'd be running into walls a whole bunch. But you know, maybe there's potential there, Kyle.
I would want to see it like they all just are dancing together, you know?
Like synchronized swimming.
Yeah,
in a way.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I would imagine it to be. Or the Mighty Ducks, you know, flying in the Flying V.
Yeah. So Daisy is a marvel of engineering. I know you've seen Dutch Oven, you've seen what it can do to the cages, and you're probably wondering, how are we going to put that into the hands of children for the driving experience?
Sure, yeah.
And that's a great question, and that's a question that Alex Grant had for us as well when we were talking about this project. And he was able to make the flames so adjustable in Daisy that
it's
we feel
child
comfortable.
safe?
I mean, to a degree. We have these bulletproof cages with the negative pressure systems. We've got a big old outdoor space. I didn't know it involved a screwdriver in the nose, though.
Yeah, that's a little interesting.
Oh, the physical weapon lock. Okay.
Ah.
He also follows all the fire rules, which is so great.
Okay, this is the most adorable setup for a fight I think I've ever seen.
I think this is our first Havoc challenge in one of the small boxes as well.
Look at the googly-eyed paws. I love it.
I like the one with the pressure gauge eye as well. Flaming paws. Oh,
Yeah.
excuse me. Positively hysterical.
And then beater bar paws, which that's a legit like hub motor beater bar. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the one Tom himself is driving. He seemed pretty excited to try that weapon out.
And then we have the lifter bot here, which is positively or hysterically strong.
Strong. Okay. Okay.
And then we have the overhead claw saw bot, which you see right there, and that is clausatively hysterical.
And what's the yellow one? That's the drum
That's
one.
the drum. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the drum bot.
Oh, someone in the audience has a shirt that has 4 cats on the back, and it's kind of giving me pause vibes right off the bat.
Yeah, that's cute. I'm into it.
Now we just need someone with a 1 cow shirt, and we've got this match in t-shirt form.
Pause is not typically competitive, per se.
Not in the traditional sense of the word.
Right, durable, fun, entertaining. Competitive? No, but these are 4 relatively competitive
4,
versions of
3,
Pause.
2.
Daisy has her work cut out for her.
Those glow plugs are lighting up. I see butane coming out.
Okay.
Daisy is legit. I haven't seen it run yet in person, but
Yeah.
wow.
Wow, the smoke lingering on the flame paws. Positively hysterical. This is the most intense flamethrower. I love the double-barreled action coming off of Daisy.
Oh
no! Self-right, yes!
Oh,
Self-righting
and the
ears
legs are back.
work.
This is amazing.
Positively hysterical, looking absolutely cooked after those flame blasts. And now all three are just taking it to Daisy. Oh no, they are swarming, they are surrounding. They move slow like a horde of zombies, but it is working in this little cage.
It's the most adorable zombie horde I've ever seen. It looks like the saw is now off of Closetively Hysterical. So it has been disarmed, and all this match needs at this point is more cowbell.
Okay, one of the paws has slowed down to a halt.
Yeah, that's Hysterical, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it faced the brunt of the Daisy flames, but wow, Daisy has taken some serious pops from drum paws. Excuse me. Extra positive.
Yeah, they're feeling pretty extra positive right now. Hopefully they can absorb some of those flames into the spinner so that it doesn't go into the body, but... Oh no, yeah, the Closetively Hysterical is weaponless, yet kind of in front of
oh, no.
Hysterically Strong.
Hysterical is on fire right now.
Yeah, not ideal. That's not what you want to see.
And the
Look
lip,
at that.
oh, wow.
The face is melting out.
Tom was excited to show me this new fireproof material that he had and was looking forward to experimenting. Oh, there you go. Daisy's helping fan the flames. It's like our Discord up in here.
Oh, this is adorable and terrifying. I love it.
Just 20 seconds left on this clock.
Nice. Strunk is lifting her up.
Look at that.
Yeah. She is so hysterically strong.
She
I
is
love
so
this.
strong. Not much Daisy can do, but start the great fire of Chicago, I guess. Wow.
Not something you want to start here on this World Series evening.
We have never seen paws up in flames like that.
That's
something.
really funny. I'm going to go ahead and say it. The winner of that matchup is either Drum Paws, Extra Positive, or Daisy.
Oh man, Brad doesn't have a fire extinguisher, so hopefully former henchman Jim is ready with the spacesuit, the fire extinguisher, all that jazz to save this Lexan.
Yeah, otherwise we're going to get caramelization.
Yeah, we want this Lexan nice and safe. Maybe the house bot can push it away from the plastic walls.
That is not a suggestion. That is senior henchman Sam Hansen.
Oh my gosh, I am the senior henchman now. Yeah, get that thing away from the Lexan. Come on.
You're not a senior henchman, but your mustache definitely is.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a freshman henchman.
Okay.
So there was butane in there, just so you know.
Found it.
I am really glad we moved that one away from the wall just in time. And what is that? What's popping out of it? Did someone put popcorn in there?
Yeah.
All right, looks like the refs are ready to blast with some CO2.
Thank you, Spaceman Jim. By the way, the next action figure being provided to you by NHRL will be Spaceman Jim.
That would be awesome,
right? I would totally get that action figure.
Yeah, I'm not super good at modeling people, but I could 3D print it.
I would take that home for my kids to play with. Spaceman Jim, keeping you safe from robots. Look at Daisy. She's just covered in soot.
A little pockmarked from heat. The paint's coming off that 3D printed metal nose. But let's check out this replay. All right, we got mad cowbells going, and just some serious flames coming out of each nostril on Daisy. So intense.
And it looks like Daisy was able to focus on the flaming pause, positively hysterical. But it
Look at
got
that.
cooked.
Yeah, all of the internals.
Wow.
I'm glad we got enough cowbell.
Yeah, they say you can never have enough, but they've never seen this replay.
And you can see this box still not all the way safe. Jim jumping back in.
One last blast for good measure. Just empty that full CO2 fire extinguisher. Oh man, Pause is looking limp after those flames.
Yeah, it's floppy.
Bit of a mess on the floor too. That'll scrape up though, no worries.
Yeah, just a goo of pause all over the floor. That was what's left of positively hysterical.
Like a Viking funeral?
Yes, absolutely.
Or NHRL's equivalent of a Viking funeral where you get caught on fire and then push outside in a bucket full of sand.
You remember the verse in Revelations, right? Behold the pale cow.
Yeah, I remember all the verses in the Bible.
Behold the pale cow, and death rode upon him. That's what we just saw.
Okay, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, is that a Bible thing?
Yeah, from Revelations.
Apocalypse.
Yeah, that was a apocalypse. I love that. That's hilarious. And now we've got...
That's Rob Masick.
Yeah, Rob Masick. Safety Rob with positively hysterical outside to burn out in the great outdoors where it can safely finish its slow burn in this pit full of sand.
It's nice when the plastic melts and returns to oil in a way. It's just like the circle of life, you know?
What happened in this arena?
Daisy happened.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is your Halloween gore right here.
Wow.
It is a crime scene inside that box. Moo! 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 Jim Haney with the safety channel locks moving all of the pauses around.
Yeah, they're probably still a little toasty.
I can only imagine they're a little bit cooked.
What a mess.
Whose idea was that?
It was like a group effort, you know?
Yeah.
A little bit from here, a little bit from there, a little bit, oh no, the original plan, we gotta make do, that sort of thing, you know. Stuff moves fast in the Havoc Challenge world.
Uh-huh, yeah.
Mostly because part of the Austin in the Havoc Challenge is fast, last minute sort of stuff. And
sure.
And that works its way into last minute changes and new fire and extra weapons and strange programming, and it's a blast. It's chaotic, it's stressful, but there's nothing that feels better as like a hench person than after your Havoc Challenge is done and you don't have to do anything else for the rest of the day, and all that work that you did all week or many weeks prior is over.
Boils down to a beautiful 3 minutes of absolute absurdity. Thank you. Thank you, everyone who worked on that. Thank you, Tom, for providing all of those pauses. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our first final of the evening. This is where we crown the 30-pound Golden Dumpster winner. Let's look at the bracket to see how these bots got here. At the top of the bracket, you have Ares. They had to go through Ghoul and B-Force. At the bottom of the bracket, you have Warhard XXL going through the flames of Kazaa Light and going through the Brazilian sensation that is Pegasus to get here. They fought each other once before today. This is going to be an absolute banger. Powered by True Finals.
Yes, thank you, True Finals, for the use of Well, they do the tournament software for us. They built it for NHRL, and it's great stuff. And speaking of great stuff, this match is gonna be amazing. 2 heavy-hitting vertical spinners.
Yeah, a lot of different resources, a lot of different strategies between these 2 teams. It is a tale of 2 teams that really have been on the rise this year.
Yeah.
Both now qualified for the World Championship Finals. So excited to see these bots moving into that tournament. But today, the final qualifying NHRL event and the final golden dumpster in the 30-pound bracket for the year. I am so excited to present you with this fight. So, let's meet our competitors.
Yes.
Out first, from Houston, Texas, it is Jonathan Juarez and Warhard XXL!
All right.
Woo, boy. This is an amazing bot. But they have quite a challenge ahead of them. So, from MIT, it's Aries!
Yes.
Ryan Duarte in full theme. You gotta love the commitment. One of my first conversations with Ryan, he asked me what I could do to get noticed, and I said, have a bot that's unstoppable and stick to the theme. I think the man learned some lessons over the past couple of months.
He listened.
Absolutely amazing. Let's look at the tail of the tape. Sam, over to you.
All right, Aries from Ryan Duarte from Chula Vista, California. It's got an 8-pound weapon out of 30 pounds and a 10-4 record. Those head-to-head wins up against Warhard, 0. But speaking of Warhard, it's from Jonathan Juarez from Houston, Texas. It's rocking a 9.5-pound weapon and an overall record of 6-3. But at that head-to-head, it's all Warhard XXL. Let's go right on over to the booth with Ricky and Luke.
Now for Jonathan Juarez here in Warhard XXL, he would love to bring home a second 2024 Golden Dumpster. So in June, he brought home a Golden Dumpster for his 3-pounder Warhard. And this beautiful robot here is the scaled up 30-pound version of that championship-winning robot.
I'm going to jump in here on his behalf. I've talked to him a bunch. It looks, and in fact, he put a lot of effort into this being a scaled-up looking version.
Yeah.
There is almost nothing from this robot that is simply scaled up. This is a ground-up design with a design motif, essentially. This is all new. There's so much that isn't just redesigned, but improved. When you go through something, you say, well, I want it to work a little like this, I want it to work a little like that. I think that's why we're seeing such power out of this robot. This seems like his best design to date across any way. Away we go. Luke, this could be a 1 or 2 hit fight.
Wow, Aries getting under Warhard XXL, taking a huge chunk out of the rail
That
here.
is an incredible start for Aries. Oh, that minibot getting shredded to pieces.
Wow.
Now
Jonathan
Aries
Juarez
having pieces removed one by one. There is metal shrapnel littering our floor.
I see a piece of a wheel there, Ricky. I think one of the front wheels is gone on Aries.
There is no
30 seconds
fear.
left here.
No fear at all in Jonathan's eyes. He's taking his weapon to weapon. He's going in for the kill immediately. There's so much arena in our arena. Oh my goodness, what a comeback! Aries saw weakness in Warhard's eyes and struck with the fury of 1,000 suns.
Look at all of this wood in the box, Ricky.
It's ridiculous, Luke.
Wow.
This could very well be the end. Yeah, I don't think Warhead is Warhard, excuse me. Warhard is going to get self-righted out of this. This is a tough job for Flo, and there's a lot of damage here.
I don't see those wheels going. That weapon's not going. It looks like the power could be out on Warhard.
No, the weapon and the wheels do still have a little life in them, but it's not going to help him. He is going to get counted out, and your winner in the 30-pound class is going to be Aries. MIT in a return to form, sending in an absolute killer.
Yeah. This is the first golden dumpster for Team MIT. Incredible. Team Aries, this is really a story of building up a combat robotics program from scratch. This is a team that came together post-COVID and winning their very first golden dumpster. Fantastic. Aries released their flagship robot here at their school, and you can see really the culmination of so much hard work and dedication on the part of these students.
I am stunned. That wasn't just a culmination of their hard work in the shop and behind the desk. This is so much hard work in driving, in team dynamics and everything else. You can tell they went into that match already having rewatched Warhard's earlier fights in the day. They knew what Warhard was going to be doing. They went in with a very distinct plan, and they executed it almost perfectly.
Yeah, it was that turn right there at the end. Yeah, let's see this bobble here, right here at the end. So Aries, yeah, looking like it's on the ropes, but came in and within just 3 kind of short successive hits here. Nope, it was 2, yeah, 3, there you go. And knocking out Jonathan Juarez and Warhard XXL. Now, Team MIT wins $1,000 cash and one of the most coveted trophies here in the sport in the 30-pound golden dumpster. Jonathan Juarez going home with $400 cash. They are both coming back in December for the championship. So if you liked this action here today, join us here again in about 6 weeks for the championship.
You want an entire event filled with the heavy hitting and incredibly effective destruction that we saw in that fight. The whole day turns into those kind of fights because it's the best of the best. We're going to go to Chris. I believe he's cage side with a winner interview.
Ah, all right. Ryan Duarte. I talked to you upstairs, what, maybe half an hour, 45 minutes ago. You told me that you had a strategy to keep your feet on the ground for more of the fight. You seem to have thrown that out the window, but somehow an aerial attack seemed to have worked. Can you walk us through what we just saw?
I gotta be honest, I'm the wrong person for this. I don't remember anything right now. I remember, I don't know, at one point we flew into one of the walls, and then we were stuck, and then I don't know. Now we're sitting there and they're in the corner, so I don't know. Maybe Anha remembers more than I do.
I mean, I think reliability of the robot is key. We lost 2 wheels. We cracked one of our uprights. Top plate got smashed, but we're still rolling around. We're still fighting, and I think that was really important in this match.
It looked like at the end your weapon bar was just kind of cradled in the housing. It was not connected. It was just resting in it like a hammock.
Like that, yeah. I don't. The upright was cracked, and somehow the weapon was still sitting there and spinning. So I guess we built it pretty good.
Well, really awesome performance today. You just got some very good revenge. You're probably going to end up facing Warhard XXL again in the World Championships coming up here in December. Awesome run today, guys. This is going to be such a great dumpster giveaway. But first, we're going to go back to the desk.
Oh, there are levels to this game, and these are 2 bots on the exact same level. Earlier today, we saw that fight go the complete opposite way. If this matchup, if Warhard had landed slightly differently and at a different angle, that fight would have gone a different way. That was so close. What a back and forth matchup. That was a Donnybrook of a battle.
Oh my goodness. The come from behind as the underdog too?
My anxiety was like through the roof watching that. That was absolutely crazy. Both bots looked horrible at the end. And what did they do to the arena?
Oh my goodness. Okay, Kyle.
Let's go to Chris, cage side. Chris, take us away, man.
Ryan Duarte, MIT. One last thing for me to do. Hold it high.
The first of a new generation of MIT combat robotics students building that program back up from nothing after the pandemic into now a golden dumpster winning team. Absolutely amazing.
It's so heartwarming, Kyle. Oh my goodness.
Let us not forget the Juarez family and their amazing rise this season, qualifying for the World Championships. And they already beat that champion once tonight, that dumpster winner once tonight. So that is an amazing team, too.
Yeah, Kyle, this story is not over.
No,
It's continuing in December.
I hope we get a third matchup at least between these two. This is an amazing pairing of two very cool robots. So, on to the largest and possibly most competitive bracket here today. Most assuredly, the most competitive 3-pound division in the entire world. Here's the bracket.
All right, so Turbo Fiend is at the top, and they've made their way through Caldera, Monkfish, some serious horizontals. On the bottom, we've got Supreme Ruler, who took out Drumderchild and Mako. And it's all coming down to this, Kyle.
Powered by True Finals, ladies and gentlemen. This is your bracket. I gotta tell you, Turbo Fiend making it through Caldera, didn't see that coming.
No.
Turbo Fiend making it through Monkfish, didn't see that coming. Can Turbo Fiend pull off 3 miracles in a row?
Something about a rule of threes, Kyle. I think they can do it. I think they can.
I mean, absolutely. Jeff Waters is one of the best drivers in this sport, definitely one of the best pinch hit builders in this sport. Supreme Ruler, fascinating design, and the fact that it has so much actual firepower.
Yes, and Turbo Fiend, pretty dang plastic.
Yeah, pretty darn plastic. You're right about that. The entire housing for the weapon, plastic. The whole bot, plastic.
But
I mean,
Kyle,
it's like...
So is Supreme Ruler. How does that work?
Well, yeah, but they're throwing the flame out.
Oh, a flame thrower.
Yeah, they're throwing it away.
No one builds a flame catcher. Well,
No.
maybe Tom did in that last Havoc challenge.
Yeah, that was a fair flame catcher. All right, so we are very excited about this matchup. Now, I got to tell you, what arena are they fighting in? We just melted the last one.
You know, I've seen a lot of buzz and activity going on over at Cage 2 over there, and so maybe the floors got swapped, if not scraped up. But let's check it out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet our 3-pound competitors for this golden dumpster. First up, it's Dima Papazian and Turbo Fiend! Woo! This is the underdog herself, Dima, bringing this bot in. It is going to be an amazing matchup. Yeah, look at all this.
Oh, they scraped it up, no problem. It looks beautiful.
It looks like modern art. And next up, their competitor, Jeff Waters and Supreme Ruler!
There it is. The cam lifter. Looks like he's rocking some pretty plain forks. No barbs, no nothing. Oh.
All right, we are loading into the box. Jeff Waters with his Man I Love Fork shirt. Let's look at this tail of the tape of these two very different robots.
All right,
Turbo Fiend from Dima of New London, Connecticut, ranked 33 with a 15-2 record and a .75-inch weapon reach. Jeff Waters, all the way from Las Vegas, Nevada, is ranked 7th with Supreme Ruler with a 19-2 record, a 12-inch fork, and a 6-foot flame.
Yeah, I mean, this thing is a long-distance competitor at this point. That's insane. All right, let's go talk to our friends in the play-by-play booth. Ricky, and Luke, what do you got for us?
Well, these two robots have gone undefeated today, so, you know, all good things must come to an end. One of them is going to be coming out here with the L, but really incredible run for both of these builders. You've got two BattleBots captains on one side of the box here with Supreme Ruler. We've got Jeff Waters, the captain of Jackpot. We've got Banshee captain David Small over there running the Minibot. And then we have siblings on the other side of the box here. Combat Robot Superfans here, the Papazian brother and sister team of Julian and Dima. And just Mako and Turbo Fiend have just been ascendant this year. Like, this has been the year of the Papazians as a team. Just really incredible.
Yeah, the rise to glory that we have seen, absolutely fantastic. And I do love this contrast we have. We've got, like, brothers in robot arms going up against, like, siblings eternal.
Yeah.
And you know, we won't make it a battle of their bond, but it is incredible seeing we'll call it outside of the box cooperation translates so well into what happens inside the box. It really just, I don't know, makes everything a little bit more meaningful for me, Luke.
Jeff Waters is chasing his second career Golden Dumpster for Supreme Ruler. He has one Golden Dumpster at home from August 2023. He would love to make it 2 here, Ricky. And I think the Papazians would love to just get 1.
5.
Yeah, I think.
4.
And
3,
you know, the Papazians, with
2,
the work that they've done,
1
at this stage of their career would be incredible.
Yeah.
Well, that is some good fire right off the bat. Supreme Ruler, just such an effective control bot, but look, it's stuck up against the rails. Those sharpened forks are hazardous in some ways.
I love a good flamethrower, Ricky. These are just absolutely gorgeous, these flames.
They
Cooking
are.
Turbo
That's a heck of a barbecue, Luke. You can see those flames are now sticking around. It's interesting, I see each robot kind of igniting the other one in tandem.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Neither of the Supreme Ruler robots so far phased by the weapon on Turbo Fiend. Just Turbo Fiend unable to get under the forks of its opponent.
The thing that's just been so remarkable here today with all of Turbo Fiend's fights are just how efficient that weapon is running. You can hear it inside of this box audio. Demon's done a great job in really tuning that weapon. There's really only one kinetic weapon here in the box, and look at this. Is she chewing through the front of Supreme Ruler?
It's sure trying. Remember, right behind there is a fuel tank, so they're going to try their absolute best to chew into that flame system. Whoa, that is a big hit. That mini-bot is not in one piece anymore, Luke.
Yeah, it looks like they've lost a wheel there on the right-hand side of the mini-bot.
Still driving pretty darn really well for only having one round thing on the ground.
A minute 15 left here in this fight. Dima Papazian able to get out of that pin, going back in for damage here on Supreme Ruler. But Jeff, again, landing a good pin here up against the rail.
No, now that flamethrower is down, a lot of this is going to be about match control. Supreme Ruler is going to want to get in here, take those pins to their absolute limit so that Turbo Fiend doesn't have a chance to do that. Chew up its face in between pins.
Supreme Ruler's mini-bot, though, is quite hobbled here as we enter the last 30 seconds of this fight. Supreme Ruler showing great control here in this fight.
Yeah, but neither half of Supreme Ruler is showing off any flame at this point.
Yeah.
Really struggling to show any kind of damage or aggression because they simply lack a weapon.
Yeah.
Now, the
both
force.
sides of Turbo Fiend are running great.
Yes, absolutely.
And they have shown damage here against their opponent. A little less control, but a whole heck of a lot of aggression, too. This one is going to be a very close judge's decision as we take it the full
look
3
at that,
minutes.
Luke. The smaller half of Supreme Ruler now completely disabled in the arena. That's going to be a big, big difference. Going from moving poorly to completely stationary is such a jump when it comes to judging damage. We may have seen that fight get cinched in the last 5 seconds.
You can hear the audience calling for Turbo Fiend. They just love a underdog here at the House of Havoc. And really, Dima and her brother just doing great in this match.
It is amazing to me, Luke, the words you use there. The fact that a robot like Supreme Ruler is so well regarded that Turbo Fiend, a vertical spinner, is the underdog. Did you ever think you would be saying that at a Combat Robotics event?
No. I think that that's the really wonderful thing about this competition. You know, you can have a dominant design and really push the limits of conventional thinking in the sport.
Absolutely. We are going to jump into a replay, see what we can see.
Well, with 4 robots in a pretty small cage, you know, you blink and you missed it here. You know, the action. We got some double barbecuing here on Turbo Fiend.
Yeah, the flame has just been fantastic, at least while it lasted.
But that weapon on Turbo Fiend ran for the full 3 minutes, and Dima was able to score damage on the mini-bot. Looked like as they were exiting the box, one of Supreme Ruler's forks wasn't really twisting very well.
Yeah, and let's see if we can just get a closer look here at the front of Supreme Ruler. Look at that. It's all chewed up in that area right in the middle. It's hard to tell because it's the silver, you know, tape kind of situation, but that took some considerable tearing.
Yeah.
And it's some of the more substantial damage we saw outside of a mini-bot. So I think that will factor in.
I think the damage points go to Turbo Fiend probably.
Almost certainly.
A lot of control points go to Jeff Waters and David Small, and it may come down to aggression. You know, can you show that you were aggressive with your main weapon? We're going to have to see. The judges, the fate of these builders are in the hands of the judges. We're going to send it back to you on the desk.
All right, the last thing you want is for your finals to go to the judges, but here we are. The judges don't care about an underdog story. They care about the rubrics, they care about the scoring, and that will go one way or the other. I personally have too much anxiety to think about it, so I'm not even going to speculate who won that matchup.
That's a good plan. I'm going to do that too.
The crowd, however, seems clearly behind the underdog, Dima Papazian and Turbo Fiend. Great matchup for both of those robots. Absolutely phenomenal work. You cannot deny that Supreme Ruler is an amazing robot, incredibly well driven. Jeff Waters is just an amazing person. Like in this sport, there are very few people that can build a robot design from 0 to completed in the same time that he can do it and build something effective. Also, he's so well known for turning memes into magic. Do you remember Wumpo?
Yeah, the big wheel bot?
That's so weird. All right, so let's go to Chris, cage side. Chris, what do you got for us?
All right, guys. Yeah, I'm here between Jeff Waters and Dima. That was crazy. Lots of intense heat. A couple of really great punches. I got a couple of questions just from your perspectives. First, Jeff, I'm just curious. It looked like your weapon was not operational anymore at the end of the fight. Were you just out of gas, or did your igniter get destroyed?
The igniter was coming in intermittent. You can see it flashing in and out. I was completely out of fuel, so even if the igniter was working, it wouldn't have been any point to that. The cams were still doing good, the drive was still doing good, and really that's my primary weapon. So.
And your multi-bot was down, right?
The multi-bot was still functional. It was high-centered on its knife. Once I shimmied it around a little bit, it was driving during the function test, so I think that's going to look really good in the eyes of the judges.
All right, now, Dima, I think that you also have a really good case in the eyes of the judges. You had a couple of great shots in there. There was that connection at the main weapon point, that igniter at the center of Supreme Ruler. I'm curious to know, what's your take on that? Do you think that that weapon went offline during that hit?
Yes, I ground up and ate that weapon with my weapon at full blast right in the center of the forks. I want to break forks sometimes, and I did bend them, but if I can get in the middle and touch the igniter, I'm going to, and I did. It's harder to speak on the mini-bot, but the damage that I got on it, especially at the end, those big hits that made the crowd scream, I think they'll speak for themselves.
All right, and then do you think that potentially with that combination of aggression and damage with a weapon going down, do you think that might give you the advantage in the points?
Certainly hope so. I certainly think so.
I mean, I'm glad that I'm not a judge in this one. It's going to be a nail-biter. I really am interested to see where this goes, but you both put on a really great match, and I think that you had one of the best final matches that we've seen here this year in the Beetleweight class. So I think you both deserve a huge round of applause from everybody. While we wait for the judges, back to you guys.
Thank you, Chris. Oh, cage side. With no results yet, that's stressful. But it seemed like from that interview that they both want to win that fight.
Yeah, they both definitely want to win that fight. They both worked really hard in that matchup. It could go either way. The judges have their work cut out for them. I'm not surprised we don't have a result yet. One thing I will ask you, Sam, I thought we talked about this before we got into prime time. Why are you still dressed as a potato?
Oh, come on. This is Goldenrod, not Orida.
Sorry, yeah, you're right. It's Goldenrod, not Orida. That's good. We've had a ridiculous final set of fights. We still have the 12-pound final to come. That will happen after we get a judge's decision here, but that will be Slam Plan versus Minor Threat 5. No matter what, a first-time Golden Dumpster winner in the 12-pound division.
So exciting.
Very exciting. All right, so we are going cage side now for the results. The judge's decision is in. Your winner is...
Split decision.
So close. Split decision. Turbo Fiend. Absolutely amazing.
Wow. Robot hoisted in the sky. She's so proud.
Sometimes magic can happen. Sometimes the underdog can win against all odds.
I might have agreed with the judges. Tell us about this day. Both you and your brother, an incredible tear. Both of you are going to be going to the World Championships. You are about to be hoisting a golden dumpster above your head. What's going through that head?
Too much. It's hard. I don't know where to start. You don't think you're going to get a golden dumpster when you walk in the pit for the first go around, and then you trick yourself into thinking you're going to get it, and then you get it? This is crazy. This is nuts.
Your energy and enthusiasm is infectious. Your bot is devastating. You drive it so well. You're going to be a force to contend with in the World Championships. Do you think that you might be able to give Mako a run for its money?
This is my little buddy, and I have a bond with Turbo Fiend that can never be broken, and he took me all the way to first place today. I know Julian has a similar bond with Mako, but we'll see who has the stronger bond with their robot.
All right, any other shout-outs or just head nods that you want to give to anyone out there?
Friends, family, anybody who's watching.
Anyone who's cheering just means so much.
Anybody who cheered for me in the crowd, shout out to you. Anybody in the pit who helped me, who gave me advice, who just said, I need you to win, Dima, I want you to win. Everybody is on my side. Thank you.
Dima, congratulations. Back to you guys at the desk.
Okay, we learned some things in that matchup. First of all, Supreme Ruler can be defeated, albeit by a split decision with the judges. 2, magic is real and dreams come true. And 3, kiss your bots.
Yes, that's the secret. You gotta kiss them so much.
I cannot believe that series. I honestly had no idea how that judge's decision was going to go. I would not have been surprised if it went either way.
Split makes sense to me.
Split makes so much sense. Our judging rubric is so dialed in that it is so hard for there to be a split decision, and in that circumstance, it makes perfect sense. Let's go to Chris. Chris, to you.
All right, Diva, one last thing for me to do. Congratulations, our 3-pound dumpster winner!
So that means that in the most competitive beetle weight division in the entire world, the Papazians are walking into the world finals with not 1, but 2 golden dumpsters. No, just 1. 1 golden dumpster.
One and a runner-up.
1 and a runner-up.
If only there was a silver golden dumpster.
Oh my goodness. This is ridiculous. Guys, I cannot even tell you how crazy this story is. The Papazians are still new to this sport. Like, they are not experienced competitors. They are not seasoned people here.
They're going up against people with decades of experience.
Decades of experience. Jeff Waters has decades of experience. I am blown away right now. That is an insane story. Okay.
Both of these finals so far have been so good.
All right. So there is one last final. It is in the 12-pound division. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how we got here.
All right. Okay, so you see Slam Plan at the top there. You see that it beats Son of Cram and Doppelgator. And you see Minor Threat 5 at the bottom of the bracket. And you see they beat Bjorn from Brazil, Honeyfied from Maryland. And here they are, Slam Plan and Minor Threat 5.
Powered by True Finals.
In the 12-pound final.
I am so excited about this final. I love both of these bots. I love both of these competitors. They are real characters. They are really good people. This is going to be so much fun. This is either one. This will be their first dumpster.
Yeah, I mean, it's Slam Plan's very first competition ever.
Ever.
Minor Threat has been iterated upon for a very long time.
Yep.
But either way, a golden dumpster is special, and when it's your first golden dumpster, it's even more special.
Absolutely. Two very different competitors, but both very talented in what they do. Lucas Grell and Brendan Steele. This is going to be an amazing final matchup. I am glad we are ending on the 12-pound division today. It's been a pretty magical evening so far.
Yeah, Kyle, my cheeks hurt from smiling and cheesing at all these like awesome victory stories and
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Let's meet our 12-pound finalists. First up, Lucas Grell and Minor Threat 5.
All right.
He's got his poker face on, coming in from Vegas. That bot looks clean and ready to go. All right, next up, their competition, the business cat himself, Brendan Steele, and Slam Plan. Caution. Amazing bot walking to the arena. I love that these are in the same weight class.
All right, do you see any modifications on Slam Plan? Anything on Minor Threat 5? Anything different for this fight?
Little bit of extra armor on top of Minor Threat 5, but they otherwise, this is what we get.
All right, so we've got Slam Plan from Brendan Steele out of Cleveland, Ohio. It's got a 5-0 record, and it runs a 280 mile per hour spinning vertical blade with a 6-inch reach. On the Minor Threat 5 team, we've got Luke Grell from Duluth, Minnesota with a 14-8 record, a 230 mile per hour spinning blade, and a 3-inch reach.
That first engagement is going to tell a lot about how this fight is going to go. All day long, that blade from Ohio has been slicing bots in half. Look at that thin weapon profile.
Let's head over to the booth with Ricky and Luke and have them call this fight.
Whew. Now, Ricky, I'm feeling a little wistful, I think, for this moment. The very last qualifying fight of the 2024 season, and it is incredible. We're going here to the 12-pound weight class here. A Vert, scary Vert, facing off against a Vert killer.
Yeah, it is a matchup that probably haunted Lucas Grell's dreams before this event. At least it should have, if he was looking forward at the bot list he had. If there is a Vert that can do it, it's probably Minor Threat 5. But boy, is this an uphill battle.
Robots fight.
Away we go. Quick launch there from Minor Threat, and then he gets cold feet before going in.
Yeah, you can see the strategy here is to try and stop that weapon.
No fear there. That was a heck of a hit.
Now, typically, the conventional wisdom is just go after the wheels. Oh, no! Minor Threat 5 stuck up on the rail.
Remember what I said about wanting to go sideways over a robot?
Gone!
That is exactly what Slam Plan wants to do. Now, that's a drive belt. That's not the weapon belt, and it is a two-wheel drive robot. So Minor Threat is still in this. But look, both belts.
There's 2 belts on the ground.
He is down 2 of 4 wheels.
I think that, this is going to be a rapid disassembly here on Slam Plan's part.
I was mistaken. He's down at least 1 wheel, but he is also down on that weapon. That weapon is out of the picture.
At this moment, really, if you are Slam Plan, you're so far ahead on the points. Just don't get tangled up. Don't get stuck somewhere weird. Don't get, pushed over onto your side.
Yeah,
These are all possible things. Oh, no, Ricky!
You know what? What if that was on purpose, Luke? Think about this for just a second. You get up on your side like that, what is Minor Threat 5 going to do to you?
90 seconds left in the 2024 qualifying season here at NHRL, and we are just seeing 2 of the best 12-pounders on the planet here going head-to-head here. Look, getting another belt, Ricky. It's delightful.
This is like watching an anteater just munch down on a big old colony in the Sahara Desert. He's putting that long, very thin appendage down in and just scooping up some delicious edibles.
Oh
that is a huge piece off of Minor Threat 5. It is disabled. Your winner by knockout in the 12-pound class in the last qualifying event in NHRL's 2024 season is Slam Plan.
Wow, you can see the joy and elation on Brendan Steele's face. He's going home, going back to Cleveland with a golden dumpster, his first career golden dumpster here at NHRL.
Cleveland rocks.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, man. That is a sense of relief. That is a sense of pride. That is a heck of a mix of emotion on Brendan's face. But boy, is it earned.
Fantastic work today here, going undefeated in the 12s, slaying multiple top-tier verts
Yeah,
there in
he
this
sliced
weight
and
class.
diced his way through this bracket like he was built to do it. And you know what, Luke? He absolutely was. This is a robot that is meant to be a Metabot killer, and that's exactly what it's done all day long.
He's great. He's got great positioning as he goes into the championship in December.
Great shirt.
Can't wait to see him.
Yeah.
I think he's picked up a lot of new fans here today, too.
I would hope so. He's really put on a great show. We're going to go into the replay, take a look at some of the highlights of that show.
It's like Belt Fest 2024. You can see belts all over the floor here.
Yeah, if your pants are falling down, we can fix that here at the National Havoc Robot League. You just step right up.
Wow. You know, Minor Threat 5 runs on belts, and all of those belts are quite juicy.
But this was a surprisingly reserved fight. It was certainly a lot of aggression, but there weren't any massive hits. That blade could have been going faster.
Yeah.
He could have gone for harder attacks with more bite. He kept
You
it.
can see, look, he popped out the battery
He
right
did.
at the end.
He did. He absolutely did.
Incredible. Incredible.
And you know, had that fight just kept going, we would have just seen more pieces coming off of Minor Threat over and over again. This has been an incredible day of fights, and honestly, this is one of the best fights of the day that we have
It's been
had.
an incredible season. I can't believe it.
Yes.
Now, we are going to be back here in 6 weeks or so for the championship. Best of the best robots on the planet. I cannot wait to be calling those
Including
fights.
your winners from today.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for joining us. We're going to toss it back to the desk. That's it for us. Thank you.
Imagine you leave the sport for like 2 years. You just go away from the NHRL. You do other things. You get involved in other stuff. And then you get real arrogant online and start saying, I'm going to come back and just take everything. And then you just do it.
And then you just do it. He offered a trade to the whole Discord. They receive broken robot parts, and he receives a golden dumpster.
The trade happened, and all I have to say is over to you, Chris.
This cat is all business. Brandon, you came here today with a plan to slam, and you did it. Tell us about the day.
Well, this morning, it started with a little bit of slamming. Then later, there was a bit more slamming. After lunch, had a bit more slamming. And now, in the evening, I have completed my slamming.
So, you're about to get a golden dumpster. You've won Motorama this year. You've really been kind of like on a tear, but the World Championships is only weeks away. Any thoughts with such a short window between now and then?
It's going to be especially difficult because I'm also in the middle of a house move, so I have to deal with that on top of fixing whatever remains. I think it's okay, but yeah, it's going to be kind of tricky, but I think I got it. It's all about the overwhelming confidence, all right? That's how you do it.
Any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, everyone on Team Huge, you guys have been so helpful, and I appreciate your help so much throughout the day because, honestly, I kind of came here by myself. My parents were spectating, so I kind of didn't have anyone else to really help, so I really appreciate you guys coming out here and making this possible.
Well, Mr. Business Cat, congratulations. You've earned it. Back to you guys at the desk.
Brendan Steele is incredible. I am blown away at his performance today. That bot works beautifully. Listen, Mom and Dad, hire that kid some movers. He's got a robot to fix.
I mean, he's got some dumpster winnings. I bet he could pay for movers himself.
Oh,
now.
fair point, fair point. Yeah, he's got a little bit of extra cash to help with the movers. Yeah, I mean...
Every final felt good.
Every final felt good. I am glad the 12-pound did not end in the judge's decision. I am glad it ended in a definitive tap out. Let's go to Chris.
Yeah.
One last thing to do. Here you go, bud. You've earned it.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was absolutely incredible. Everybody come join us on set.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us for tonight's stream. It was a pleasure to serve this complete robot destruction
Some
to you.
amazing fights. Some great stories.
Thank you to the competitors. Thank you to our crew. Thank you to our production staff backstage. Thank you.
Thank you to Chris for closing the door behind you, for Lindsay.
Come
Thank
on,
you
guys.
to Brandon Bennett Young for coming up with Honeycracked and UMD, and Twiglet and his brother. Come on,
This
where's
has
Team
been
Huge at?
absolutely
Where's
incredible.
Nate's dad? You gotta get up here. Come on, Nate's dad. Huge, come on. Everybody, refs, Alex, what are you doing out there? Red, come on, you should be grabbing mad people to get up here. Keep scooting down, keep scooting down. This
is what we like.
Gosh,
This
come
is
on,
what we
Jeff,
like to
get up
see.
here.
Ladies and
David, you
gentlemen,
too. There's room on this
Thank
side.
you
We
for
need
joining
business
us for
cat
the
over
spooky
here.
edition
Nate's dad,
of
I
the
am
National
not
Havoc
kidding. Get
Robot
up
League.
here.
It has been a pleasure. This was their last qualifying event of the year. Join us in 6 weeks for the World Championships.
We will see you on December 7th.
We are so excited to see you on December 7th. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you once again.